feels. What?
Her job.
She just said she just got it.
Oh, she's
Still getting onboarded.
Yes.
Yeah. Whatever. Okay, 4 o'clock. Let's call the meeting to order. Please call roll.
Here.
Microphone, Sana.
Me. Lila Hood. Here. Josh Wolf, not present. Loam Tesfaye. Here. Loam Tesfaye present. Rodman Martin will be here later. Frank Canada.
Here.
Frank Canada here. Chris Highland will be here later. Matthew Yankee.
Present.
Matthew Yankee present. Fiona Hinsey.
present.
Fiona Hinsey present. Chair Wolf.
Present.
We have a quorum.
We have quorum. Great. Okay. Let's call first item.
First item, call to order, roll call, and agenda changes. So I've done the roll call.
Yep.
The agenda changes.
Any agenda changes?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Bill Barnes of the Administrator's Office called me yesterday and followed up with an email saying that he knows he was supposed to appear today before the task force but had a personal commitment. And I informed him that it was up to the task force to let him know, or up to the task force to decide whether or not to continue the hearing or go forward. I have copies of that email for everybody.
Mm-hmm. And this is for item number 6, file number 18069. We also received a communication from Mr. Black, the complainant, at 2:52 p.m. today. It's about an hour or so ago. He sent a letter. He says, following the lead of respondent Bill Barnes of the City Administrator's Office, please find attached a letter in lieu of my attendance at the task force hearing this afternoon. So came a little later than we had the ability to print it out. So we'll deal with it when the item comes. But just so you know what's happening. Okay. And I just got an email from our legal counsel. He's running a few minutes late, but he should be here probably within a half hour. Recognize member Josh Wolf, 4:03 p.m. Okay, let's go to the next item. Oh, any other agenda changes? Nope. Okay, great. Let's go to the next item.
Item number 2, approval of minutes from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force March 6, 2019 meeting.
Okay,
I had one change here.
go ahead.
It looks like the heading on it with all the seats and the members is severely outdated.
Yeah. Thank you for
That's
noting
all.
that. It's a technical update. We'll make sure that's corrected. Anything else? Is there a motion
Call the
to
roll.
approve?
Call the
Hold
roll.
on. Motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Moved by member Kanai, second by member Hinsey. Is there public comment on the minutes? Seeing no public comment, please call. Well, can we take that by acclamation? We don't need a roll call for it. Any objection? Seeing no objection, minutes are approved. Okay, let's call next item.
Item number 3, file number 18072, complaint filed by Joshua Clipp against the Recreation and Parks Department for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6721 by failing to respond to a public records request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Are both parties here? Is Mr. Clipp here? Okay. And is Rec and Park here? I am. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Complaint Committee. Right here from
Oh,
the
is
complaint committee?
Martin here? I don't think the chair.
Martin's running late. Member Martin's running
I don't
late.
think
but
the chair's here, and I'm not on it anymore.
who else is on the complaint committee?
Chris Highland.
Chris is not here. Okay. All right. Well, we'll just move forward. Let's see. They state complaint committee referred the matter to the task force for hearing and for an appearance by Kelly Cornell. Is Kelly Cornell here?
Here, I'm Dennis Kern, the Director of Operations with Rec and Park, and I'm Kelly Cornell's supervisor.
Okay, great. Are you able to answer and respond to all the issues that are pertaining to this case?
I'm familiar with the request and the documents that were provided, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you. Have a seat. We'll call you up. when
I'm
it's
sorry,
time.
what was your name again, sir? Dennis Kerr?
Dennis Kern, Kern.
And that the respondent provide documentation for the previous 10 years. You can just nod if you have that or not. Yeah.
No, there is no documentation from the previous 10 years. So we had provided the complainant all the responsive documents that we had. He's requested documents that we do not possess.
Okay. All right. We're going to go through a process here. I'm just checking to see what has come through on the complaint committee, since members from the complaint committee are not here to brief us on that. So thank you very much for that. And so have a seat. We're going to call the complainant first. Petitioner, Mr. Clipp. So the way this works is we provide each party 5 minutes opening statement. And then there'll be a period of time where the task force will ask for further clarification in kind of an area of discovery. Then we'll provide 3 minutes for each party to provide rebuttals. And then we'll have more discussion about a motion, if there is one, for determination. We'll have some public comment, and then that'll be the end of that. The end of the process. The petitioner will go first, and then the respondent will go, and then when we come to rebuttals, it'll be the reverse. The petitioner will get the last turn. Okay, so Mr. Clipp, is the clock ready? Mm-hmm. You have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. And is it commissioners? I'm not sure how to properly
We're
address.
members.
Members. Thank you. So I won't go over my actual request that's in front of you in your materials. I think that's pretty straightforward. What I am asking for, though, and I guess kind of let me give you a little bit of background on how I kind of am getting into this. There is what's called the Urban Forestry Council, which is sort of part and parcel of the Bureau of Urban Forestry, for lack of a better way of synthesizing all of this. And every year, the Urban Forestry Council, one of its main tasks is to create an Urban Forestry Council report. The way that it does that is it sends out a questionnaire to every city agency, basically any entity in the city, public entity, not private, that has any sort of management of our urban canopy, and asks a series of questions. And all of those entities then respond, and Urban Forestry Council compiles a report, and then that report is made publicly available. Rec and Park has responded to the Urban Forestry Council's questionnaire every year with numbers, with information that then the Urban Forestry Council just sort of summarizes in their report. So this indicates to me it's hard to understand how there would be no responsive documentation in the last 10 years. I'm not sure how that would be the case, because and then what would Rec and Park be relying on in its submission to the Urban Forestry Council's questionnaire? Additionally, Rec and Park has tremendous investment in our city's urban canopy. They manage a great percentage of our public space, including places like McLaren Park, Sharps Park, Golden Gate Park, any park where there are any kind of green open space that they manage has some kind of urban canopy on it. And I apologize, I'm bumbling a little here. I wasn't totally clear on the 5 minutes, or I would have been far more. I'd be really on it, but I'm not on it, but I'll do my best. We already know that there are a great number of trees that have come down in McLaren Park. There are thousands of trees either scheduled to or coming down in Sharps Park. There are trees coming down in parks all over the city. So it's really hard to understand how responsive to my request would be 4 documents, one of which I would say is not responsive because I didn't ask for a report on how to finance the urban forest. So we basically have 3 documents. One is their strategic plan. Even within the strategic plan, in that appendix, it references the Rec and Park Department's failure to meet their internal goal of replanting 2 to 1. So that begs the question, how do they have that information if they don't have any supporting documentation? The other thing was their response to the Urban Forestry Council's 2018 questionnaire. So again, I've already covered that ground. Then finally, there was a 1-page document with that seems to be derivative of how many trees were removed and planted in 2016 to 2017. So I would take issue with the task force summation of my presentation at the last committee that anything is fabricated. I don't think anything is fabricated. I just think that it hasn't been produced or even searched for. And in Rec and Park's memo to this commission or to the members, there was some sort of indication that I was expanding my request. I was not expanding it. I was trying to be helpful and suggest places that the records custodian might look for responsive documentation. I think that's it.
Okay, thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence in support of the petitioner, the complainant? Seeing none, respondent, Mr. Kern. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, members of the task force. We do not disagree at all with Mr. Klipp's characterization of what he is trying to get documentation on. Just to go to the bottom line, at the beginning rather than at the end, we do not have that documentation. Regarding the process of how we go about our tree care, and which is one of the reasons that the strategic plan document was included, is that for years the department has been in what is called a reactive tree maintenance regime, in that basically I have 12 arborists, I have 10 gardeners, I have 4 laborers that comprise my urban forestry unit, and all of their work basically is in reacting to tree failures, limb failures, that type of thing. We are trying to flip that and move into what's called a proactive tree maintenance regime, where we are going out to various sections of the parks and various sections of the city, and doing our tree maintenance, on a regularly scheduled type of basis. We are not there yet, but that is one of the reasons that we provided financing the Urban Forest Report, which was a document that we developed in coordination with the Planning Department, which maps out where we are trying to go with our urban forestry operation. From the staff that I just recited to you, there are 12 arborists, 10 gardeners, and 4 laborers. What is absent in that is any type of administrative or clerical staff, which we would naturally need to run an office type documentation type of setup. My arborists are working 40 hours a week plus a lot of overtime just dealing with the trees. And so that is one of the reasons that the documentation that Mr. Klipp seeks, which I think is a reasonable thing to ask for, but we simply don't have because we haven't operationally gotten to that type of operational level with documentation and clerical type of support to compile it. So that's where we are. We provide, as he accurately described, our input to the survey of the Urban Forestry Council every year. That survey is personally filled out by Kelly Cornell. I review it as well. It is done personally. We do not go through records or anything to come up with those numbers, but rather it's just, going through his arborist and reviewing where, trees had been removed or trees have been planted and that type of thing, and the numbers go in every year. I'm not here to say that that is the best way to do it, but I am here to say that that's simply the way we are right now, and we are trying to rectify that.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Okay, seeing none. Members?
I was wondering if anyone from the complaint committee would like to share some insight from when they first heard this item. If not, we can just jump in. Oh, was it 6 months ago? Okay.
Okay. All right, well, let's move on. Anybody questions? Yes, Member Joshua?
I've got a question for Rex and Park, or Park and
Rec and Park.
Rec and Park. Always screw that one up. The TV show just made it all confusing for me. But anyhow, when the arborist identifies a tree that needs to be cut down, is there any documentation whatsoever that they cut that tree down after they've done that?
No.
So there's essentially no record of where trees used to be that are no longer and have been cut down in our parks.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Go ahead,
Chair.
Member Canada.
Sir, so I've seen trees that are supposed to be cut down and they're noticed, so, correct? So every tree in the city that's going to be cut down, is it noticed?
Not every tree. We have a practice of posting a notice on tree to be removed. Usually it's a 30-day notice, but that is not required if it's an emergent situation. So if it's more discretionary removal for some reason, we would post it. If it is a hazardous situation, whether to life or property, we take the tree down without a notice.
Okay, so for the trees that are noticed, is there any documentation going forward that this tree was noticed, then it was removed?
No, the notice is posted, but there is no backup documentation tracking where those notices were posted.
And then one final question. You mentioned that the reports are done with yourself or the person who reports to you talking with the arborists?
Yes.
So so you're asking them how many trees have you cut down? How many trees have you planted? And
No, they review, here's the survey, let's review the work we have done so far, for the reporting period, which is usually a fiscal year.
And so I'm just trying to visualize this. So it's out of their memory?
More or less, that's correct.
And then the only document is what you hand in, the report you hand in.
To the Urban Forestry Council.
Thank you.
Member LaHood?
Yes. Do the arborists, when you're having these annual meetings to review their work, do the arborists typically take notes that they refer to, or is it all from memory?
I never have sat in on those, so I really couldn't tell you one way or the other.
So I have a couple of questions, Mr. Kern. I'll go backwards, starting with Member LaHood's line of questioning. When, let's say it's an emergency or a hazardous situation, a tree falls. One happened right by my house over on Page and Stanyon. Big tree, almost 80 feet. Is there a work order put out so that you know what resources are needed, how many workers are needed, how many trucks are needed, if you have to rent special equipment?
Our tree crew responds, and then to the degree that they need help from our structural maintenance yard in terms of cranes or dump trucks or front-end loaders or that type of thing, that goes onto a work order, but that's structural maintenance work. That's not urban forestry work.
So how does people's time get managed, recorded? Are they just paid a salary and they do whatever work is needed throughout a day without any supervision?
No, they're closely supervised, but my understanding is the question is over documentation.
Right.
Yes, and so I mean, no, we have payroll, we have check in, check out type of thing. Yeah, we do personnel supervision, but and there's all of that payroll documentation. But in terms of work orders for tree removals and that type of thing, we are trying to get there. We do not have that currently.
So let me ask, when you go before the Board of Supervisors and request your annual budget, and they ask, can we have some metrics on how many trees did you take care of, that were fallen branches or that had to be felled and had to be, became timber or whatever? Are you able to provide them with any of those metrics?
We have not had that particular question. In terms of the urban forestry budget embedded within the larger department budget, it is largely, as it is with almost every department, easily 85% of your expense is personnel.
Are there medallions that are put on trees in the Rec and Park universe?
You're referring to the tree tags for a tree assessment and inventory. Mm-hmm. We have in some parks where we have actually done tree assessments. That's usually with a third party. Our third party company is called Hort Science, and we have contracted various tree assessments through Hort Science, where they do a tree assessment and go through the inventory, and they will put number tags on each of the trees. That varies from park to park. Not nearly all of our parks have that, just some.
Just some. And do you have records of that?
Well, we have records of the tree assessment, yes.
You do. Was that provided to Mr. Clip?
He did not ask for tree assessments. He was looking for tree removals, tree plantings, tree work, that kind of thing. The assessment is simply a study and an analysis.
So when you plant a tree, do you have that company put a tag on it?
No, we do not. It's only when we charter an assessment. And when they assess trees, they only assess trees that are considered to be 6 inches in diameter, standing at breast height. So okay. Planted trees are not even looked at in that regard.
And then you have to order trees. Let's just talk about trees, not other foliage. You have to order trees, and then you have them in your yard. And then when you need to do plantings, you go out to the yard and get some trees and then go out and plant them. Is that kind of more or less the way it works?
That would be one way. I mean, we do order some trees, palms and those kinds of things are a purchase. We also grow a lot of our trees in our own nursery. And we have, tree plantations or tree reforestation plots, largely within the western end of Golden Gate Park.
And do you have records of how many trees were grown, how many trees were planted in a certain area? You run the Natural Areas program. There's some focus on that with regards to documentation, I understand. Is there anything that provides any kind of ongoing counting or reporting or assessment?
The counting, reporting, and assessment, as I said, we do with our tree assessments that we contract through the Hort Science. The Natural Area Programs is largely focused on natural or native plants. Their tree work for the Natural Areas program is usually all done through the Urban Forestry Program.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. Member LaHood and Member Joshua.
So when the arborists are sent out to do work by their supervisor, how are they covering a particular area, or are they given specific assignments either verbally or over email, or how do they know what to do, or are they just responsible for an area and then they report back what they did?
Our arborists are organized into tree crews, and each tree crew has a supervisor, and the supervisor understands what they're going to be doing that day. It's like I say, we're in a reactive mode, so it's usually based on requests that came in. Take a look at this tree, or a report that a tree has failed, or something that was called in after a storm, overnight or something like that, and they go out and take care of it.
So,
go ahead.
So you spoke of I think you called them tree farms, where you grow trees to plant. Was that the correct term?
There's the response had two parts. Number one, we do purchase some trees from commercial tree nurseries. Those are largely palms and those types of things. We also, within Golden Gate Park, we run a nursery operation ourselves. Where we grow plants, flowers, trees over time, that type of thing. Yes. So.
Right. So if you've got, I don't know whether you call it a crop of trees because we're dealing with trees here, but you have a row of trees or whatever formation you grow them in, and then you decide to plant one. Is there not a document that says we took one of our trees that we were growing and put it somewhere in this park or that park or this street or that street?
We have only let's see, in the last 6 months we have only just now developed our nursery inventory management database, NEMA, and it's now functioning now, and it can do that type of work. But it's only recently been launched.
So until 6 months ago, essentially, there was.
It was in development 6 months ago, and we're now launching it this fiscal year.
Great, but let's say a year ago, there was any number of trees that were in juvenile growth that would be planted somewhere in the park, and one of the arborists would just select the tree they wanted, take it out, and nobody would know that they were now, had one fewer tree to plant. There was no inventory control system in play at all.
No, there's inventory control within the nursery yard. Yes.
So any tree, as opposed to the other plants that left the nursery to be planted somewhere, should be recorded in a document, correct?
It would be in the nursery. Yes. They would know what their inventory was and what they had sent out.
Okay, and is the nursery part of your department, or is that a different department?
It is part of the Rec and Park department, yes.
So any documents pertaining to their inventory would be under the control of your department. So I'm curious if it sounds like there may be documents from the nursery that speak to the petitioner's request regarding how many trees have been planted.
That would actually be like 2 or 3 questions. I mean, the nursery is responsible for propagation, and so all of their records are based on plant material propagation. They have no records about where trees are planted or that type of thing.
So it would just be the raw numbers of how many trees had been planted, but not where.
No, they raw numbers of how many trees they had propagated and then had been turned over.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
You had mentioned about requests that come in for maintenance or storms, whatever. I know 311 app has a tree maintenance feature that you can report that. Would a query of that database bring responsive documents?
I don't know if that was queried or not. We do get 311s, and my 311 manager, puts them in queue and that type of thing. So if a member of the public had requested a tree to be looked at or something, that 311 would exist. Yes.
Right. So I was just wondering if that information might be helpful to the petitioner.
We can look at that and see.
Well, let me expand on that. Are there any records for any kind of reporting to Rec and Park coming in through the direct line or what have you to respond to trees that are damaged or need to be taken care of? And
the only thing coming, if I understand your question, 311 would be the primary venue.
But you have a direct phone number. People can call and say, "Hey, tree fell over in my yard."
Yes,
from the park.
You can call 311. You can email 311.
No, I'm saying you can call the Rec and Park main number and do the same thing.
Yes, if somebody wanted to call our main office line and report that, yes.
So aren't there phone logs of who called what and why?
Not that I know of, no.
So your department keeps no phone logs with any descriptions?
I'm not prepared to answer that particular question.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? I have a question, Mr. Clip. Thank you very much, Mr. Kern. So because some of us weren't at the complaint committee hearing, maybe you can answer some questions that may be repetitive. Do you have any evidence to believe that there are records available?
Well, I don't have any insight into how Rec and Park manages these issues. That's why I'm asking for the documents. I mean, the only insight that I have is the fact that they've been responding to the urban forest, well, a couple ways, that they've been responding to the Urban Forestry Council reports for the last decade, which it sounds like now is just based on conversation as opposed to any real information, which is hard to believe in San Francisco in 2019, but okay. And the fact that just all you got to do is live next to a park long enough to know that there are a lot of tree removals that are happening that the public has been very involved in. And so again, it's sort of hard to imagine, and I actually don't need to imagine. Take, for instance, Washington Square, where in the process of a playground renovation, 3 large Canary Island pines were injured by a contractor. And there was a notice posted on the trees, and then all 10 trees on that corner were taken out. Now, that's a lot of work. That's a lot of labor. There was a lot of uproar from the community in North Beach. I'm not sure how to answer the question about do I have any insight other than to say, look around. It's hard to imagine that in 2019, this massive department in charge of all of this green space for this large metropolitan area doesn't keep any records. I'm a former government employee myself. I have a lot of faith in public servants and in the public process, and I don't know what to say about this other than I'm kind of gobsmacked by this.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Anybody else? Mr. Kern, I have another question. So let's go along the example Mr. Klipp brought forward. You have a contractor that damages a few trees, but then a whole slew of them get taken out. That's quite a lot of extensive and extra work and labor and money that has to be spent to deal with that, and possibly other contractors. I don't know the background or the details is, but could possibly other contractors might have to come in because the primary contractor is too small to handle such a big job. I don't know. But I mean, is there any reports, any kind of write-up or summary of what happened at that particular event?
The example of Washington Square, that was handled by our capital division. It was a capital project, the renovation of the Washington Square park area. The tree removals that Mr. Klipp described, that's a fair description. That was done, like I say, under a capital project, which I see that the capital project numbers or whatever documentation they may have was not included in the submission. So that would be a question that could be looked at.
Okay.
I'm the operations division, the urban forestry, the tree crews. Capital division does all our capital renovations, and they're the ones that do the contractor work.
Well, so I'm just reading his original request. It states all documents that show over the last 10 years how many trees have been removed by San Francisco Parks and Recreation, not a particular division, just the whole department. Please include the location of removal, tree species, and estimated size and age of the tree. Wouldn't that be part of that report for that one example?
That would be a query that the department can make to the capital division and see what they have. I don't know what their record keeping is.
Right, but the request wasn't made specifically to your department. It was made for the entire department.
Yes.
So, responsive records, not responsive.
Again, I'm not here as the custodian of public documents for the department. I'm here trying to address Kelly Cornell's response.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, It also states all documents that show over the last 10 years how many trees have been planted. Please include location of the planting, tree species, approximate date tree was planted. We have somewhat of a response from you on that. And then all documents that show which trees the Park and Rec intends to remove in the next 5 to 10 years, including tree location, species, estimated size. And you explained your proactive strategic plan.
Yeah,
Would that include that?
This is where we are trying to go.
Okay.
This is the basic turn or change in operational direction that we're trying to achieve. We're not there yet.
So let's stay with the first request here in this, the first part of the request. All documents that show over the last 10 years how many trees have been removed by San Francisco Rec and Park Department, including the location of removal, tree species, estimated size, and age of the tree. I think that's reasonable based upon whatever work is documented, that could be provided.
Well, I mean, as I think I've just described, that the work done by our tree crews, they do not have that level of record keeping, even for last year, let alone for the last 10 years.
But in the example that happened, which is very well documented, if not by Rec and Park, by the media, there should be some records of what happened.
Yes. So going again to the capital division of our department and the work that was done by contractors under capital projects, looking at what I was given to come here with, I do not see that information is in there.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes.
I just had a question. If you
Mr. Kern.
respond. Yep, Mr. Kern. Just on the timeliness of this, I was just looking through the next request, and it looks like it was extended until for the response to August 27th. And it looks like there was no response until August 28th, and then even more time elapsed before the final document was produced. Looks like someone was out sick or something, so I was just wondering if there's why there wasn't a response made on the August 27th, which was the initial extension. My
understanding is that the document that we were trying to provide was the 2017-18 Urban Forestry Survey Report, which had not yet been compiled. So the easy answer would have been we have no responsive documents and close it. But we knew we were putting it together, so we held it open until that document was completed. And then once it was, and submitted to the Urban Forestry Council, then we provided it when it was there. When the request came in, the document did not exist. We kept the request open so that the document could be formulated.
Okay.
Member Joshua.
Just following up on that, given the way the Sunshine Ordinance is written, why not respond back that we currently have no responsive documents. However, this document will be coming, and as a courtesy, we will send it to you, rather than creating a timeline issue potentially in want of a document that doesn't exist yet.
My understanding is that Tiffany Lynn Wilson, who was doing this, did communicate that to Mr. Clubb. I don't know that for I didn't do it, but my understanding is that is what was communicated.
Thanks.
Probably verbally, I would imagine.
And Mr. Kern, are you aware? From what I understand, somewhere I thought I read the Rec and Park had invoked an extension of time.
Yes.
It was 14 days?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. So the ordinance is 10 days.
Okay.
About 14. I just wanted to notate that for your edification.
The chair.
Go ahead.
I'm wondering why Tiffany Lynn Wilson's not here, since she handled. I missed that at the beginning.
This is her supervisor. She couldn't be present.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Kern is the. Yeah. Let me ask. It's interesting. Your division is specifically the urban forestry.
No, I'm the director of operations.
Operations for
so
the whole.
All operations.
All operations. Gotcha. Okay, great. just so we're clear on that. Okay, thank you very much. Anything else? Should we move to rebuttals? And then we can discuss what we're going to do here. Okay. Mr. Kern, you're first for rebuttals, if you have any. That would be rebuttals based upon any of our conversations or any of the discussions we had with Mr. Klipp.
I believe I would. And
Hold
I'm
on a second. 3 minutes, please. Thank you.
I won't take 3 minutes. Basically, I have to summarize again that we understand what Mr. Klipp is trying to achieve. We actually agree with the information he seeks. We are trying to get to a place where we can actually provide it. We've got, I think as I said in my opening statement, the department, and I will go so far as to say the city for decades has underfunded and not properly resourced urban forestry through, for all departments, for our urban canopy, and we are trying, and we've looked at best practice, and we see what we ought to be doing, and we are trying to get there through our strategic plan. So I will leave that as the summary statement.
Thank you. Mr. Klipp, 3 minutes for rebuttal.
I appreciate that Rec and Park is trying to work toward a place of being proactive. I still am unclear on what information they have been basing their responses to the Urban Forestry Council's questionnaire for the last 10 years, or even if they've been responding to that questionnaire in writing. If they had, it seemed that those would be at least 9 other documents that could have been provided. What I don't want is to be back here in another half a year talking about all I got were documents on Washington Square. I used that as an example only because you asked how do I know that any information exists, and it's either through the Urban Forestry Council reports or just by plain observation. So I would just want to be clear that that was really just an example and not that I'm trying to learn more about Washington Square specifically. I also want to say that, from the outset, I've always been willing to, I think Mr. Kearns and my objectives are parallel here. And I think especially as, our city is far more now officially cognizant of the fact that we are in a climate crisis. This is why I take up this issue. I don't take this issue with Rec and Park because I dislike Rec and Park. I take it up because I care about our city and our world, and we need to be doing a better job at managing these natural resources that are essentially the only guardians between us and the ability of the sustainability for future generations. So I say this all to just say that I would rather not be here. I would rather be working cooperatively with our city agencies. And to the extent that I can partner with Rec and Park in anything that I can do to help, that's what I would really like to achieve, as opposed to, spending his time and your time arguing over the Sunshine Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Members? Member LaHood?
So it seems that based on what we've heard, that the exact documents requested might not be available, but that there are several that would partially address the request for information, namely information from the Capital Division regarding work done by contractors that it would seem, not having seen these, but would provide information about removal and replacement in those locations. And I'm assuming this goes beyond the Washington Square Park project. Also, the nursery records would have records of trees, or would have records of trees made available for planting by arborists, recognizing that this is not a precise record of what was planted, because we know they were made available, even though it doesn't say where they were planted or if they were used. And also perhaps nursery plans for what numbers of trees and species that are trying to be that are going to be propagated in a particular year. Again, this doesn't answer all of the questions, but it seems that we've heard about this information existing.
So you're supposing that there could be records related?
That there could be records that would partially answer the request for information.
Right, which would obfuscate the not responsive any records?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Okay. Anybody else? Any other discussion on this? So a couple of things is, one is timeliness. So I think there's a violation there of timeliness. And I think, what's interesting is the focus on urban forestry. And despite whether it's other contractors or not, the park deals with trees and foliage in all kinds of ways. I understand recently in McLaren Park they're building a ropes course. There's all kinds of adjustments to the park that are being made. What are the plans? I mean, there had to be an RFP. There had to be a pro forma. There has to be all these things that goes on that affects trees. Whether it is we're looking at natural areas of trees that are falling or are sick that need to be taken down, or whether we're dealing with trees that are being purposely taken down for other projects. It's a park. It's not necessarily a forest, but so it can be manicured in any which kind of way. So I do find it a bit concerning that there aren't any records, and that this had been going on. If there hadn't been records in 10 years, it sounds like there hadn't been records since the advent of the park system, which would astound me, because there had to be some architectural plan for a building like Golden Gate Park. In some kind of way, it's probably the most manicured that I can think of out there. So, yeah. Okay. Is there a motion? So I'll entertain a motion. Will be for untimeliness under 6721B. And then that under 6721, I think it's E, that we order the respondent, the custodian, to provide to go back and look at other records other than what's in urban forestry. To me, the petitioner's original request didn't specify urban forestry. It didn't specify any particular kind of trees. It talked about all trees. The location, including the location of removal, tree species, and estimated size and age of the tree, which some information could be provided, or more information could be provided, depending upon whatever it is. I can't imagine that there isn't one document that couldn't be provided that showed some historical value at this point. Especially since we heard testimony that the reports are basically reactive. So if they're reactive, those are things happening in the past. So it just concerns me a bit. So I would suggest that we compel Rec and Park to go back, take a deeper look, a deeper dive with their public information department, and see what they can come up with.
I think you're maybe 27C, is that what we're talking about, where they have to assist them in finding information? That might be worth throwing in as well, because
you could do that too. But here with assisting, it's as if it's a different department.
Yeah.
Okay. The request was made for Rec and Park, so it's all inclusive of Rec and Park.
Yeah. But what I'm sensing is there was definitely a lack of that person trying to help. So you could try this, you could try that. I'm of the mind that they asked the right people. They got the response that they did. I think whoever the request was delivered to, it was very narrow, and this was a very wide or more broad statement. I could see for the extension, because maybe it may have been voluminous of some sort. This wasn't an immediate disclosure request. It was a standard request. So, but either way, I think if there was information from, let's say, DPW, then the assistance would be that would be helpful. Or if if Mr. Clip had asked somebody specifically who didn't have the records and that person did not assist them to find it elsewhere, that would be something else too. I'm not quite sure. From reading what I saw and looking at the next request system log, it's not quite what I'm seeing here. I'm seeing more of the public information section being focused on and then being directed into one division. And then we are having, even though we have the director of operations here, we're only hearing about one division. We're not hearing about all divisions. And there's other divisions that we heard about, like capital planning, which had not been accessed. So that's why I'm suggesting under 6721E that we use the little authority that we have to compel them to go back and do this, and then we'll refer it to compliance and amendments. Member Josh Wolf.
I'm looking through the Sunshine Ordinance, and I don't see anything that applies here. And we don't usually deal with records of trees and human planted natural objects. But I've never the idea that a sole arborist could chop down something that took 50, 60, 80 years to come to life and maturity without so much as like a receipt that this happened and some sort of paperwork attached to the wood that came out of it, because it's not like you cut down a tree and then it's gone. There's still all this wood, is just baffling in terms of records management. And I don't know whether anything within here, like 6729(7) talks about maintaining records, but only ever so vaguely, and certainly not in the context of keeping records of the trees that you used to have.
Well, the ordinance is not going to speak to any one particular item or object specifically.
Right, but when it talks about, business of the city, trees come under this weird intersecting space.
Well, I think going along your lines, I would say, like, how do workers' performance reviews, how do they get reviewed? Is it based upon, the work that they did in the past 30 days, 60 days, 90 days? How is that assessed? How do people know that what people are doing in their jobs they're doing, and they may not be doing something else they're not supposed to be doing, or even sloughing off? I'm not suggesting that they are sloughing off, but how does an employer keep track of job work and job hours? That's really, for me, it kind of gets down to the brass tacks of it. It's like, do you not have employee records of what they did or didn't do? What about if somebody got hurt while cutting down a tree? Is there a report of that? Well, that would be some historical information that somebody got. There was a report. You don't have to reveal all parts, because maybe HIPAA or other areas of law that protect personal information from employees, but there would have to be a report of at least risk management. How many injuries were there in the past year? How many were related to trees being felled? That kind of thing. There's all kinds of information that could be collected, and I just don't feel like that was done. I think it was very cursory. That this particular department is either not well funded or not well organized to be able to maintain this kind of reporting, but there has to be other information that is related in some way or shape or another. And I think it's worthwhile to request them to go back and take a deeper dive.
And do you see that? So your argument is you think there are records that exist that they haven't brought forward, as opposed to an inadequate record keeping in the first place?
I'm not convinced that there's no unresponsive records. It seems, I have to somewhat agree with Mr. Clip. It seems a little odd to me. And I would and just hearing that we're only hearing a report about the Urban Forestry Division and not about any other division that we've heard from testimony could have some involvement with trees too. Well, why weren't they asked? Why wasn't the capital division asked? What other divisions are there that also deal with trees? Who knows? But I think the question that is brought before us is against the entire department and not just against a specific department. If it was just for urban forestry, completely, if this would be a different conversation. We would have been done 25 minutes ago.
I'll second that motion if you're happy with its current form.
I'm entertaining it. I'm just wondering if there may be if there was something else that somebody wanted to formulate based upon that, but that's kind of the way that I'm looking at it.
I was just say I would have to agree that I think that they're incomplete records, which seems to fit under, because, I mean, I know I myself had submitted a tree request in a park after one of the storms in Pine Lake Park. So there's obviously that 311 request. Where did that go? I mean, so I know that there's written stuff because I've submitted a written, request for a tree that was down. So it's obviously incomplete in my mind.
Okay. All right. So we want to? You can make the motion. And
Okay.
We'll get
so
a second.
the two it was 21E and then also
21
timeliness B and E.
B and E.
Okay, that's the motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
So moved by Vice Chair Hyland, second by Member Yankee. Any public comment on the motion other than the parties? Seeing no public comment, any last comments on the motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Aye.
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 Member Tesfaye, aye. Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member Kanata, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Member Hensy, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Thank you. And we'll refer this to compliance and amendments. Okay, let's call the next item. Thank you, parties, for attending.
Item number 4, public.
Actually, since we're so close to 5 o'clock, why don't we take general public comment now?
Yeah.
It's 4
It's
minutes
item number
to.
4.
Oh, yeah, right.
Item number 4, public comment. Members of the public may address the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force on matters that are within the task force jurisdiction but not on today's agenda.
Hello, members of the task force. My name is Kevin Guy.
Hold on a second. Start the clock, please.
Hi, my name is Kevin Guy. I'm actually with the Office of Short-Term Rentals. I just had a quick question. I apologize. I missed the very beginning of the meeting. The item that I was here for that was sent out in the earlier agenda, file number 18095, Ms. Sandra Weiss against myself and the Office of Short-Term Rentals. It looks like that is not on the printed agenda for today. Is that item moving forward?
Not today.
Okay. So it looks like we'll be rescheduling that for a future item.
We will be.
All right. Thank you very much. Apologize. Thank you.
All right. Any other public comment? General public comment? Your monitors, members?
Hello, my name's Mark Sullivan, and I'm here to talk about city involvement with green benefit districts. And I know my time is limited, so I'm going to just share you with this document.
Hold on a minute. We're not seeing the document.
Okay.
No, we need an adjustment here. There we go.
There we go.
All right.
Should we turn the screen?
No, the other way is better.
The other way's better.
Oh, we can see it right here.
No, Cheryl, the other way, so people in the audience can see it.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So this is an email from Chris Corgus of OEWD to Martin Fatou and Jeff Shee. It says, "Hi, Supervisor Shee and Marty. Below are the names that we received thus far for the Dolores Park Green GBD Steering Committee. You already see this is a document is Tuesday, February 13th, 2018. So you already see the use of Green Benefit District early in the formation. I believe there's a list of names. I believe this is a solid start to get started. Ideally, I'd like to see at least 2 to 4 more people join, not including Rec and Park, which will be as well. Do you have any concerns with this list, or anyone you would like to see added? I will try to convene a meeting next week and will inform you of the date, time, and location. Jeff Shee responds, looks pretty good. Should we seek better gender balance with remaining? Chris Corgus responds, I agree. Do you have anyone in mind? Jeff Shee, you should reach out to Carolyn Thomas and see if she's interested or wants to suggest someone. I think Marty has her contact. This document was part of a PR request that was made February 11th. The document dump came March 5th, the day before the March 6th soft SOTF meeting that we had. And that's 26 days that it took OEWD to respond. The one thing about jurisdiction and trying to, as a complainant, is, I didn't get much time. And by sunshine, you only get fragments of the whole picture. You don't get all the documents of especially what's going on, if people are trying to hide what's going on. The document itself isn't a violation of sunshine. There's nothing wrong with the government or government officials actively engaging in setting up GBDs or financing it. But that activity should be covered under sunshine, I believe. Thank you for your time.
Any other general public comment? Not on our agenda today. Okay, seeing none, public comment is closed. Let's call the next item.
Item number 5, file number 18059, complaint filed by William J. Clark against the Arts Commission for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6716 by failing to make meeting minutes available in a timely manner. And this is with regard to the June 5th, 2018 Advisory Committee of Street Artists and Craft Examiners.
Okay, so this was, as the notes read, on August 28th, 2018, the Complaint Committee determined that the task force has jurisdiction and that the requested records are public, referred the matter to the task force. Complaint Committee requested that the Arts Commission and the Task Force Council provide documentation as to whether or not the Advisory Committee is a chartered committee subject to the rules related to the policy bodies. So before we move ahead with this complaint, have we received those communications?
I haven't received any communications.
DCA Price Wolf, are you aware of it? This is before you got here, I think, in August of last year, but are you aware of any documentation determining whether this advisory committee is a charter committee or not in this case?
I don't have any additional information on that. I haven't received anything or done any further analysis on it.
Okay, I just hate for us to go down this road without additional adequate information. We've had to do this before, and trying to do it in discovery. I hear you. One moment. Trying to figure it out in discovery with the lack of information is kind of the reason why we ask ahead of time for that, so we have enough information going forward. All right, well, why don't we open this up? We'll see how far we can get. I want everybody to be cognizant if you think that we're heading down a rabbit hole, we don't have enough information, that we stop, maybe decide what to do, whether to continue or what have you, figure out what information we need in case we don't have enough. Member Kanata.
We've had a case similar to this with an advisory committee for the Arts Commission, and it was ruled on. And I don't remember if we ruled it was a passive meeting body or a full policy body.
I don't know if it's the same one.
Well, that's my first question. Is this the same committee?
Well, let's start the process. Let's get some information rolling. If it tweaks your memory, then we'll dig it up then. Okay. All right. Ready to go? Okay. Let's start the clock. 5 minutes. We'll start with the petitioner.
Mm-hmm. My name is William J. Clark. Thank you for calendaring me today and for postponing it the last time because I was sick. What this is about is that the the Advisory Committee of Street Artists and Craftsmen Examiners was in a ballot measure known as Proposition L, which was voted on in the 1974 ballot, and it was a street artist ordinance ballot measure. And in the ballot handbook itself, the city attorney and the controller referred to the ordinance as a charter amendment. It was put on the ballot. It was put on the ballot, was voted on, and it was a charter amendment. Now, what we're trying to decide is whether or not this committee is a policy body, not a passive meeting body. First, I just want to show you real fast that this is an advisory.
Monitors members.
In the ballot measure, and it clearly states that the Advisory Committee of Street Artists and Craftsmen Examiners establishment. There is hereby established an Advisory Committee of Street Artists and Craftsmen Examiners who shall advise the Arts Commission on matters related to the wares produced by street artists. Advised. And then on page 124, for the ballot argument in favor of Proposition L, states that it's hereby moved that the Board of Supervisors was authorized the proposed charter amendment relating to the proposed ordinance regulating street artists. And then also on this page 127, it also states by the controller that should the proposed charter amendment be adopted, in my opinion, blah, blah, blah. Now, in the Sunshine Ordinance, it also states that a policy body is any standing committee of any other policy body. The Advisory Committee of Street Arts and Craftsmen Examiners is a standing committee of the Arts Commission, which is also a policy body. It meets regularly. It has meetings and everything like that. Has up for the last 40 years. We've been posting minutes. And what this resulted from was I sent a request for minutes of a particular meeting because it was more than 10 days after the meeting took place. And I got an email back from the Arts Commission saying that, well, they didn't have to post these minutes within the time period because this committee is a passive meeting body and not a policy body, and that they were just doing the street arts a favor over all these years posting these minutes and everything. So what I'm claiming is simply that this is a charter amendment. It is a standing committee of the. It would be Section D5 under policy body. Any standing committee of a policy body, irrespective of its composition. So these people that sit on this committee are appointed by the mayor. They're suggested by the Arts Commission, appointed by the mayor, and they serve there, and they have meetings. They meet monthly. The definition of a standing committee is a permanent committee, especially of a legislative body. Now, I also have some city attorney opinions, written opinions, that state that the only purpose of this committee is to advise the Arts Commission. So the Arts Commission is claiming that this committee doesn't advise the Arts Commission, and as you can see in the governing legislation, which the voters passed and voted on, it clearly states that this committee is an advisory committee to the Arts Commission. And therefore, it's pretty simple that it is a policy body.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner or the complainant?
Good afternoon, Task Force members. I'm Robert Joseph Clark, not to be confused with William Joseph Clark. I just wanted to make a quick point that, we had presented in the past all this information that was put in the ballot measure pamphlets that was sent to the voters, where it clearly stated Proposition L was a ballot measure, was a charter amendment. We got all these other papers, and the only thing we have in opposition is the Art Commission saying, well, the city attorney told us that it isn't a charter amendment, and we came before this other body and we hashed it out, and they said, okay, we'll give you a month or two to go back and get this other written opinion from the city attorney that says it isn't a charter amendment, and bring it back, and we'll all come back and we'll see who's right and who's wrong. And so now what? Unfortunately, Bill and I have been sick for the last 5 months, 3-4 months, but we're well now, and we appreciate you holding on to this matter for us. And all I want to just say is, please, these people said they were going to present this written opinion that backed them up. They've had plenty of time from then till now to present this task force with something to back up their position. We have all these pamphlets and everything else, city attorney opinion saying stuff, and I think it should be very clear at this point, if they can't present their city attorney opinion, their written city attorney opinion, that they have no evidence to support their position, and we have a mountain of evidence to support ours. So thank you.
Are there any other persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner or the complainant? Seeing none, respondent. You have 5 minutes. Arts Commission. Hello.
Good evening, Kate Patterson, San Francisco Arts Commission. We share the Clark brothers' frustrations that we're not able to provide the written opinion by the city attorney. We have followed up recently, and we are also amazed that it has taken more than 6 months for them to put that together for us, because we do acknowledge that there is some gray area in this, and so we'd hope that memo would provide clarity. So it's not in our control, unfortunately, and if it were, you would have it today. So I'm sorry that we don't have that, and our preference would be to postpone this again. To your point, Chair Wolf, not to go down a rabbit hole, into this ambiguity without some, without that memo. I think that a couple things that I want to just clarify. First of all, Member Kenyatta, this is not the same body. The last body referred to a working group that the staff put together as part of a strategic examination of the program. This body has been meeting since the inception of the program, and it's confusing because the structure is as follows. So the Street Artists Advisory Committee basically verifies that the artists who participated in the art vendor program actually make their wares. Those recommendations do not get ratified by the full commission. So in that sense, it actually does not advise the full commission. Instead, there is a subcommittee of the full commission, Arts Commission, called the Street Artists Committee, which meets to basically adjudicate issues that arise in the program, violations and whatnot. That body does not also approve the vendor, does not verify that the vendors actually make their wares. So it's a little bit confusing because the subcommittee of the full commission would be an advisory body. However, this one, its sole purpose is really just to make sure that the artists make their goods, and does not directly advise the Arts Commission. So I'm happy to answer to the best of my ability any questions you might have about this particular body, but I would really appreciate it if we could just postpone this so that we get, an official opinion from the city attorney so that we're all on the same page, and then we would be happy to adjust procedure accordingly.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner? Seeing none, members. Member Canada.
It mind boggles me that we go down this path every time, it seems, with the Arts Commission. Ms. Patterson, you mentioned you're not in control of when you get this opinion, but you are.
No, I don't work at the city attorney's office.
Right, I understand
yeah.
that, but the Arts Commission is in control of their advisory bodies, of their advisory committees, and this committee has been producing minutes. Why would you stop? The whole purpose
We
of
didn't
this...
stop. We didn't stop producing minutes. That's not accurate.
So Mr. Clark got his minutes within the 10 days.
Well, he got them, I believe, a little bit late, but we do produce minutes as a courtesy to the participants of the program, but we don't necessarily have to, as far as we're concerned, we're not aware that we have to adhere to a 10-day period.
But you have in the past. This has put it up. So why not just continue? The whole purpose of this is to be transparent in how the government functions.
Yeah, which we are.
So from my point of view, I don't know what the opinion of the attorney is going to do. If the opinion of the attorney is going to say this is not a policy body, yeah, so... Well,
I also just like to point out that, we're a very small agency with an extraordinary number of committees. And, there are many agencies within the city that don't even post written minutes for their committee meetings. So we do go above and beyond in terms of transparency, more so than RecPar. I mean, I could enumerate them really. So I think, I take umbrage at your claim that we're not being transparent, because really we do a lot of work, and we have, we've gone above and beyond, even by our opinion, we're not required to do so for this meeting. And we've always done this, for transparency reasons. So I think that it's really critical that the Arts Commission not be singled out among other city departments and have a different system in place that only applies to us. I think there should be consistency and uniformity across all city departments. So that's why I do think it's critical that a city attorney opinion that establishes once and for all what this committee should do and how the procedures should transpire is critical.
Vice Chair Holland.
In the interests of not going down the rabbit hole, because I've been down this rabbit hole before, 3 or 4 times before the rabbit hole that Member Cañada is referring to. In my mind, I don't care whether it's a committee advising a committee advising a committee advising the body. It has an effect on policy. It has an effect on funds. Simple as that. That's a determination we came to in a similar case several years ago. I also don't care whether the city attorney is opined on this or not. I think we have enough information to make our decision. If they want to appeal and reopen this case in some shape or form, they have that right. Honestly, this has gone on long enough with this particular body, and they've been before us many, 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 many times with this kind of stuff. So I'll just state my position at the beginning, just to hopefully, kind of give you some institutional knowledge on this particular item.
Anybody? So I'm of the mind to try and keep the process. The complaint committee had made a specific request. I think we should allow that request to be fully complied with. It asked not for the city attorney to provide the opinion, but our counsel to do the research and provide documentation. A ballot initiative is reviewed by the city attorney to form, not only just the form, but the language and how it complies with the law. I think you can't it really, unless it's been challenged in court, it can't be argued. It's just a matter of fact. The question becomes here is for our purposes, since in 1974 the Sunshine Ordinance didn't exist, and I don't think the CPRA existed then either. I'm not quite sure. But I think for our purposes here today, because now that it would be classified or given a status by definition of whether it's a policy body or passive meeting body, that we need some clarification. Because otherwise the language, if it was created today and it was on the ballot in November, it would probably say whether it would be a policy body or not in language. So I'm compelled to continue this item and to the call of the chair, and upon receiving that information, and we'll do it that way, I think.
That was what I was going to say, is it should not be rescheduled until we have the opinion.
Okay, right. So let's leave it at the call, my call, and we'll take it from there. Yeah.
We had asked for information, the Arts Commission's argument for why they are not a policy body as well, and that hasn't come to fruition yet.
Yeah, they testify that they haven't received anything from the city attorney. Right.
But this has now been
10 months.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so
but we haven't received anything from our legal counsel either, and the request includes that from both. So there's corroboration.
Sure. Where I'm going with this is, we're waiting for our attorney to brief, not for the Arts Commission city attorney.
We are.
So if at the point that we have our brief, we will reschedule this, and by then, whether the Arts Commission has put forward a legal argument or not, we will just accept whatever they've put forward at that point.
Well, I'll do it any way you want. If you want to have it, if we receive it from our counsel first, that's fine. If you want to wait for both, that's fine. It's however you want to do it. It's going to be a motion. We're all going to vote on it.
Right. I'm concerned about empowering the Arts Commission to delay this by not providing a legal.
Or not the Arts Commission, but the city attorney could delay it. Right?
Yes, I'm concerned about artificially elongated delays.
Member Canada.
Do we have any way to ask or compel the Arts Commission that during this period of time that we're waiting, to have this committee continue to produce their minutes on a monthly basis in a timely fashion?
Well, the question is, are they required to?
And we're not going to answer that question until we get legal
That's right.
documents, but can we ask them to?
You can ask them anything you want. Whether they want to comply with it is a different story.
I just don't, yeah.
But if you want to make the request to them,
I would
you
love
can
to make the
ask,
request.
Ask Ms.
So, Ms.
Patterson, who's here on behalf of the
please.
commission.
As this goes down the legal channels, would you please have this committee produce minutes in a timely fashion?
We'll endeavor to do so.
Thank you. Please endeavor real well.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to continue this item at the call of the chair. Well, we can. We feel that we don't have enough information.
You got to ask for the mood ring.
We should have a right to rebut the remarks that were just made.
Or they can.
You want to do that? Okay. All right. You want to continue that? Okay. You don't want to.
I do think that he has a right to rebut, but we don't have a motion that's set right now. He will have the chance to rebut when we take up this issue again, right?
Right.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Right. So, Mr. Clark, what we're saying here is we're going to continue the item, and when we get that information, we'll pick up right at this point.
Well, I would like
and
to
then
have.
You'll have rebuttal at that time.
Well, I would like an opportunity to disagree with the fact that you don't think you have enough evidence right here.
The complaint committee asked for specific information. We don't have.
This is my hearing. I'm entitled to 5 minutes.
We have our
and 3 minutes.
We have,
rebuttal.
Mr. Clark. Our process is it's our process, okay? It's your complaint, but it's our process, okay? And our process, we have made a requirement and a request for certain information so that we can provide you with the best possible adjudication of this.
I understand.
And without that, we're not going to do it. We're not going to do it without that information.
I think that's unreasonable for me to make me go through this. I've been given them another 4 months, and like I said, regardless of that issue you're talking about, a policy body is a standing committee of a policy body.
I don't.
So right there alone is all you need to know to decide whether or not.
Mr. Clark, you're kind of speaking out of turn here, but
I am
the question
upset
is,
that I just went through 4 months of giving them the time to get this written opinion, and then you're going to do this. And like he says, the city attorney could wait 6 months before they respond.
Yeah, and you didn't hear what we said. We said that we were going to to get our own legal counsel's response. And when we get that response, then we will reschedule.
And I would like to remind you that was not requested by the committee.
It says it's in the notes.
I know it isn't in the notes. All you requested was for the Arts Commission to get a written attorney opinion. That was it. Had nothing to do with your attorney, because the issue that he was investigating had the Art Commission claimed that their city attorney. Deputy City Attorney had informed them verbally that this committee was a passive meeting body.
Okay,
so
Mr.
you
Clark,
requested
Mr. Clark,
that.
I've heard your concerns and your response. We'll discuss how to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Chair Wolf?
Yes.
Is it possible we could ask Member Bruce Wolf if he recalls?
Josh Wolf.
I'm sorry, Josh Wolf. It says member. Oh, hold on. It does say.
Yeah, we.
Sorry, it does say member Bruce Wolf request Ms. Krell and SOTF. So you were at that.
Both Wolves were at that meeting.
Yeah. Okay.
It's so long ago.
I don't know who made the inciting action here, and I don't think it matters anymore.
Notes.
But because our subcommittee meetings do not have our legal representation at it, we were dealing with very kind of legal-oriented questions with possibly no lawyer in the room because of the subcommittee, and even if we had one, that person wasn't feeling like acting in that legal capacity. And we felt that, in essence, this was both sides made arguments that seemed to have some legal merit, but with nary a law degree to sort through it, we decided to ask all parties to provide a legal briefing.
Yeah, and that's in the complaint committee minutes.
Yeah. And then, unfortunately, we didn't get an answer to that.
The request was to Ms. Krell and to our task force counsel to provide documentation as to whether or not the advisory committee created in the 1975 via Proposition L is a charter committee subject to the rules related to policy bodies. Issues to take into consideration is as follows. 1975 Controller's Statement referring to the matter as a charter amendment. Board of Supervisors via Ordinance submitted the proposal regarding the advisory committee to the voters of San Francisco. And 3, the current regulation regarding the advisory committee is located in the police code and not in the city charter. So those are questions that we've asked council to provide for us. We have not received that, so this is where we are. And because of that, I'm suggesting that we don't have enough information to be able to make a clear standing. Again, I'm not going down, I don't think we should go down a rabbit hole to try and decide whether this is or is not, when in fact this was created by the voters. There's statement of fact here. This isn't like this shouldn't be gray area for us. Somebody has this very specific answer for this.
So this was created before the ordinance, but is it grandfathered in that if the intent before the ordinance was that it was not a policy body, but according to the language in the ordinance, it's a standing committee of a policy body?
Any existing, yes.
What takes precedence?
No, it's not grandfathered in. It's the
Okay, so then do we need to wait on, if this is indeed a standing committee under the policy body?
Are you convinced? I guess that's the question. I'm not. So all I'm saying is I'm not comfortable moving forward without that a legal opinion.
Probably shouldn't have scheduled it without that.
Okay. Member LaHood, then, I'm sorry, member testified. Did you have something you
Well,
want to say?
it was about, it had to do with he could have the opportunity to make a comment if we have a motion to continue at that time, right? Okay. That's
Right. Public comment definitely on all motions.
Yep.
Member LaHood.
Based on what's been said here, it sounded like the reason the request for more information was made at the committee is because there was no legal counsel in the room. It seems that we do have attorneys here now. Is it possible that the question could be answered and we could move forward, or would it require a level of research that would need more time?
CA Price Wolf.
I think that, I don't have the notes in front of me from, maybe if you guys have the page number from the complaint committee that you guys were just talking about that initially requested.
Page
the
3
memo.
of the admin notes. Do you have a copy of that?
I've been looking. I don't seem to have that, but
maybe clerk can give you a copy.
looking for that while you guys were talking. But I think generally the way when our office advises the task force, it's to lay out what the facts that it knows and lay out the legal backdrop and do some analysis. But the ultimate conclusion of whether it's a policy body or passive body that would be subject to different sunshine ordinance provisions is a determination for this body, the task force. So I think I think that me or someone represented from my office could write a more fulsome memo that lays out the facts known now, the law that to apply. But I don't think, at least from my experience, I've seen in the past where the memo would ultimately say, yes, this is a policy body subject to these rules, or this is more like a passive body. So setting that level of expectation, that's how I think this would go. I'll take a look at the clerk just handed me the notes from that meeting.
I think we are in need of an opinion from you on this one, because it's a matter of law, and the law it's just a statement of fact. It's not really an interpretation at this point. There are lots of bodies that were created. In fact, our own was created by voter initiative, and the question is how it's described. And so I think we're needing some clear facts on how it is. I don't think any of us want to make a mistake and then have that be a precedent for all things that happen in the future, and for those other new bodies that get created and put on the ballot as part of it. Especially, it's unusual that it would be created as part of a charter amendment. It would, but at that time, that's probably how they did things, because they probably didn't have as many of the codes that we have today. So I think that's, it was, and also because we didn't have an attorney at the complaint committee level to be able to help answer that question, or at least guide us to be able to understand the language in the Prop L law as to what it actually meant. I mean, what was the voters voting on? I mean, this is something that the city attorney reviews to form to make sure that the voters are it's very clear to the voters what they're voting on and what it means. So I think the complainant has a valid point. Member Josh Wolf.
So if I remember correctly, a few points real quickly. One part of the reason that we asked for a legal briefing from the Arts Commission was that we recognized that our own legal assistance generally focuses on describing the legal backdrop, and what we had before us was, as best I could tell, a legal argument from both the complainant and the respondent that both relied on understanding how these legal pieces fit together, but neither one was a lawyer and neither were us listening. And it's a little bit more complicated, as best I remember, beyond just Prop L, because it wasn't Prop L alone, which is a charter amendment, but the combination of Prop L and Proposition M, which is an ordinance and not a charter amendment. And so if it was all under Prop L, it was pretty clear that it was going to be under the rubric of the Sunshine Ordinance and a violation. But because Prop M is interlocking into it and is not a charter amendment, it got...
Point of order.
Prop L.
No, I'm talking about Proposition M. If you look at... you're not...
Please,
Sorry.
Mr. Clark, please. Mr. Clark, please. Yeah, this is an important matter.
Let him finish.
We're trying to figure this out. I
Can you just
appreciate it.
Please just let him finish what he's saying, and then
You'll have a
just
chance.
finish.
Yes, I want Mr. Member Wolf to finish.
So if you look at page 120, it's not actually 127, but it's marked as 127 on our sheet. It's 147, 148, and then 149. So if you look at page 149, the very bottom, you'll see that there is Proposition M, dash Street Artists Initiative, and it is the combination of Prop L and Prop M. I don't entirely know how they worked in exchange with each other, but it was...
Voters voted it down. It never was in existence. Those two were on the ballot at the same time. L passed and failed and never existed in reality.
Okay, so that's more historical data that we didn't have at that point in time. But there's a lot of complicated things on the legal front, and I support the continuation until we can get this flushed out in legal terms and make it as clear as possible for us to navigate through as quickly as possible.
I agree.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, what should we do, folks? Do you want to continue and wait till after rebuttals to make this motion to continue, or do you want to continue it now? I mean, this is the discovery point.
Yeah, I think that we should make the motion now, and then people can comment on the motion through the public comment process. But, a rebuttal is supposed to be based on, the final information that we have, and we don't have it. So,
okay.
Motion to continue.
I'll second that.
Okay. And do we want some provisions in that motion? Some conditions as when will we continue till? Do we want to put a date certain on it?
I think we should. Yeah.
If we put the date certain, I think we need to also have a date certain for when we receive the memo. Because I don't want this to continue and then we still don't have the memo. And I think it would also help our legal counsel to have some guidance on when we need to have the memo.
Should that date apply to the respondent also?
Well, yeah, it applies to what was requested by the complaint committee, and that information has not come.
Okay.
It sounds like the Arts Commission has requested the information, has not received it either. We've requested the information of our own counsel. We have not received it either. So I think, now here we are some months later. We have new legal counsel here. I think it's important that despite the rubric or the convention of how you provide us with legal counsel, I think in this particular case we need an explanation of what this meant in 1974 as it was written. And I'm sure that the city attorney has some information with regards to that. So I don't know. I don't know how you would go about it to find that out. But
to the chair, could I ask the DCA what would be reasonable? I mean, obviously we want to get this back on our docket as soon as possible. Would 2 weeks be enough? Would you need longer?
Well, I have a question for the task force, and that is if the city attorney's office does provide this type of a memo, would the task force treat that as privileged and confidential attorney-client privilege, or would the task force be publicized, make that a public document, such as all the other memos that my office gives to the task force is public.
It would be part of the public record. It would be part of our proceeding, our public proceeding. So we can actually adjudicate this. I think many of us are feeling like we can't adjudicate it because we don't have a definitive understanding of this particular body. If the body was created by somebody with just willy-nilly, and we had to determine whether that was a passive meeting body or a policy body in that way, that would be different. But this was actually a proposition before the voters. That makes it, that raises the standard, raises the bar much higher than if, say, the Planning Commission created Code Enforcement Review Committee that advises them directly on the codes that they create. That is obviously a policy body. This is it's not as clear because by the way the language is created. I understand what the complaints are saying, that they feel that this is a standing committee, and it does exist through today. But I think it would be helpful for us to be confident and sure, so that we don't create some precedent that creates problems in the future, and that the public will not be afforded the benefit of.
And to go back to your observation, yes, your document would be public, but the respondents' dealings with the city attorney would not be public, which is the irony of it.
I don't know what that means.
Well, I mean, could they not invoke, as they have many times before, attorney-client privilege, or they'll just give us the gist of what they were advised, but not the actual analysis that went behind it?
You mean the Arts Commission?
Yes.
Yeah, they could, but we're asking them for the explanation. So they're going to obviously, hopefully say, upon at council with the city attorney, this is what they told us.
Okay, so to get back to the motion to continue, what dates do we feel comfortable?
I would suggest do it by meeting dates. So May, you want to give it 4 weeks?
Okay.
So the May's meeting?
Yeah. Which means it has to be X amount of days so I can get into the packet, etc.
Right. So how many days before?
3 weeks, just to be safe?
No, it can't be 3 weeks. That would be next week. That means
3 weeks total.
Oh, total.
From
3 weeks total from now.
I'm just trying to... May 1st. Yeah.
25th.
Is that, that's 3 weeks and a day from now.
So
Let's say 3 weeks.
through the chair, what happens if we don't get them
Again.
again? No, I mean, do we just go and have and finish this, or do we wait again?
Then the chair decides whether it goes on the agenda or not.
No, well, no, I will. No matter what, I will put it on the agenda. I will say that let's continue this to the next meeting. So there's time certain that it's there. Okay, let's not leave it up to me. I want to get people rolling on this. If the Arts Commission has been trying to do their part in trying to get that information, and there is another office that they're waiting on to get the information, let's try to move this along. And if at that time we still don't have the information, then we'll deal with it. We'll have to deal with it and figure out whether we want to deal with it administratively or we want to deal with it by adjudicating the case. And people will either feel comfortable or not having the information at that point.
Okay.
It's the best way I could put it.
So continue to the next meeting?
Continue to the May's meeting. That would be the motion. And that the standing from the request from the complaint committee stands. That then that information should be provided before or on April 24th.
Yeah. We'll make it the Wednesday before the 24th.
The 24th, April 24th.
For both parties.
Okay. Ms. Patterson, April 24th.
Do my absolute best to make sure the city attorney does the work.
Okay.
It's not entirely in my control, but I'm equally frustrated that I'm here today without that. So, and I'm truly sorry. I know it's very inconvenient for all of us, so I will do my absolute best.
Okay, thank you.
Will the second accept the amendments?
Okay. All right, so the motion on the floor is to continue the item to the May's meeting with the continued conditions to that the Arts Commission and the Task Force Legal Counsel provide documentation as to the status and the classification of this advisory body as to whether it is a policy or a passive meeting body. That sound all right to everybody? Okay. No. Vice Chair Hyland moved. Member Tesfaye seconded. Any public comment on the motion other than the parties? Seeing no public comment.
So, because it's not a motion on the merit, but a motion on the procedure, don't the parties actually have a right to public comment on it?
Would you want it? Do you want to allow it?
I believe that we should allow it, yes.
Okay, then we'll allow all public comment, all parties.
Thank you for thinking so hard about this. I do appreciate it. Of course, I'm opposed to the motion. I mean, I think the motion as it's stated, the 1 month is satisfactory. I could live with that, and and at least that would mean that I wouldn't have a never-ending thing here. So I'm not going to say I support the motion because I prefer this to be dealt with today, of course. And I feel that the definition of the standing committee of a policy body, that in and of itself is the Sunshine Task Force definition, Sunshine Ordinance definition of what constitutes a policy body, of one of the many definitions of a policy body. And obviously the Arts Commission was created by city charter, which makes it a policy body by definition. And so the Arts Commission established the committee as a standing committee and then appointed its members. So I just want to thank you for thinking about this hard, because this is something that is more important than it looks on the surface. And I just wanted to make a point that the Street Arts Committee no longer exists. The Art Commission did away with that committee recently, so it no longer exists, and all information is going through another committee of the Arts Commission. So even though she made it appear as if this goes to the Street Arts go to the Street Arts Committee, that has been eliminated totally. And then there was just one other little thing that I wanted to mention, and if I wrote it down, but the point was that they told us that the Arts Commission was doing posting the minutes and doing the meetings and all the requirements of a policy, but they were doing all that as a favor to the Arts Commission. And like I said, this has been the procedure for 40 years, and to be told that, we're doing you a favor and we'll give you these draft minutes, because I did get them late. I didn't get them until I pointed out that the Arts Commission the time had elapsed, and the response back was very, we're the Arts Commission, and we've decided this is a passive meeting body, and that's why this whole issue of the city attorney's opinion came into play, because I really do believe it is a standing committee, but I'll go by whatever you all decide tonight, and thank you.
Any other public comment on the motion? Seeing no public comment, please call the roll.
Motion to continue to the call of the chair until next May. Member Hyland?
Aye.
Member Hyland, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Kanata?
No.
Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Member Hensy, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion passes.
Please call the next item. Sure.
Next item, item number 6, file number 18069, complaint filed by Mike Black against City Administrator Naomi Kelly and the Office of the City Administrator for allegedly violating Administrative Code, Section 6725, by failing to respond to an immediate disclosure request in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay, none of the parties are here. We had, again, you have a communication from,
I gave it to everybody.
yeah, you got it. Okay, everybody got communication from Mr. Barnes at the City Administrator's Office, and we did get a message from Mr. Black in lieu of his attendance here. So just wondering, let's see.
I think the message was from his representative, right?
No, it was from him.
Is there any way you
So
could
he
email?
wants that to be his testimony, basically.
Is there any way you could email that to me so I have it for the record?
Yeah. No, it was emailed to. It actually was emailed to you, but it was just at 3:00, and myself, and all the other parties. I can email it to everybody if you want. I don't know if everybody has it, but without no. Talking
That
about
would-
something that came at 3:00, but we don't have printing facilities to provide the public with it, so that would be inappropriate for me to do that.
On the screen, can we?
Actually, I could if you want.
Maybe just read it.
It's 2 pages. It's actually 3 pages. If you want to do that, put it up on the screen.
In the too long didn't read summary, does he want us to move forward with him not being here, or does he want us to continue it given that both parties are absent today?
Well, his message in the email is, following the lead of Respondent Bill Barnes of the City Administrator's Office, please find attached a letter in lieu of my attendance at the task force hearing this afternoon. Sincerely, I'm copying the City Hall's building management because of their stake in the issue discussed in the latter half of the attached letter.
I think we should continue the item as neither party's here, and I've never ever participated in a hearing with neither party here, and it just seems like a weird process.
Okay. Motion?
I'll second that if that's a motion.
I'll turn that into a motion to continue
I'll second.
Is there a time certain you want to continue it?
to the call with the chair.
Okay. Any public comment on the motion to continue? Seeing no public comment, please call roll.
Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member Kanata, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hensy?
Aye.
Member Hensy, aye. Member Highland?
Aye.
Member Highland, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Chair Wolf, aye. The motion continue passes.
Let's call the next item.
Item number 7, file number 18081, complaint filed by David Tucker against Bianca Povolina and the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement for allegedly violating Administrative Code Section 6724B2 by failing to respond to a request for litigation documents in a timely and/or complete manner.
Okay, anybody on the complaint committee?
Could we check that all parties are here?
Yeah, sure. Is Mr. Tucker here? And is Bianca Polavina? Okay, great. Thank you. So both parties are here. This is probably the previous iteration of members on the complaint committee in November. Does anybody have anything to add than what's already in the notes?
Go for it.
Yep. Member Martin.
I have a vague recollection. This involved, I think, 2 simultaneous lawsuits. One had not been completed yet. And I think one party is requesting some information that was maybe the basis of the other settlement. And since it's not a final settlement yet, I think there's an argument as to whether that information is turned over to the complainant.
Okay. All right, great. Okay, let's begin.
That's
close.
Member Hensey, was there something you wanted to say?
No.
Okay, great. Please reset the clock.
Ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Tucker.
My name is Dave Tucker. I want to tell a story of a forest with 2 trees in it right now. The forest is that in 2012, Peggy O'Donnell, sitting over here behind me, was a librarian at St. Gabriel's School, and she was asked to sign a waiver form handed to her by people working for the Archdiocese of San Francisco, where she waived all of her benefits under the Healthcare Security Ordinance. That waiver form, she later found out, was fraudulent and illegal under the Healthcare Security Ordinance. She filed a complaint about that illegality with the OLSC in 2012. They took that matter under their arms, and they looked further, and they found that the Archdiocese was underpaying benefits, healthcare benefits, to hundreds and hundreds of its employees going back to the year 2007. Those underpayments and the amounts covered by the illegal waivers for another several hundred employees amount to about $4 million over 10 years. And that's the big picture. The 2 trees in the forest are the OLSC administrative action and then this class action lawsuit, which was filed in 2015. The OLSE administrative action, which started in 2012, determined in 2017 that roughly $1.2 million was owed to 1,000 employees. And in 2018, the OLSC and the Archdiocese entered into some kind of agreement to kind of settle that part of the overall dispute. I don't call that litigation. That's an administrative matter where there's a lawsuit going over on the other side about a class action, which made them want to formalize the settlement of the administrative action. The other tree is the class action lawsuit, which was filed in 2015. Peggy and I went to a law firm that specialized in class actions because we thought the OLSC was not doing a good job going after the money that was owed to employees. So a law firm filed a class action in 2015. That has come up with $2.8 million for roughly 1,400 employees. So the total between the administrative action and the class action is about $4 million. The problem with the class action is that because of the advent of expenses and attorney's fees and costs, about half of that $2.8 million is going to be eaten up. And so the 1,400 employees are not going to get $2.8 million. They're going to get about half of that. Those employees, we believe, and we're going to be urging the Superior Court judge to prepare notices to all the class action participants where they will be informed of what's going on the administrative side, and we believe every one of those 1,400 employees will opt out of the class action and come over and want to be covered by the administrative action on the OLSC side, so they get 100% and not 50%. The question is there anything in the settlement agreement between the OLSC and the Archdiocese that would preclude those 1,400 employees coming over to that side of the fence and getting 100% versus 50%. We want all those employees, by the way, all of them are clients of the OLSC, and they're also clients of the attorney running the class action. They wear 2 hats. All of those people are very interested in seeing what this document that settled the administrative action says. Does it preclude them from coming over and being covered? Does it open the door to that? If it precludes it, should it be amended to open the door so they can come over and get their 100% and not the 50%? And that's why people like Peggy and 1,399 other people, 9 other people want to see what's in that agreement.
Thank you. Are there any witnesses or persons to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the petitioner or the complainant? Seeing none, respondent. 5 minutes.
Thank you, members. I'm Pat Mulligan, the Director of the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. I don't know if this is possible, but I'd like to ask if Bianca Polovina's name could be removed from the complaint. This is an office-wide matter and a policy matter. I brought this up before. I don't know if it's possible. Since it's an office-wide matter, it should be the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. If it requires an individual's name, it's appropriate that it's mine as the Director of the office. So I just want to make that request.
I understand that, but it's not our complaint to make that kind of adjustment. It would be up to the complainant.
It was important for me to put in the request.
I understand.
That was all.
It's received and recorded.
Thank you. For context, this is the first complaint that the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement has had before the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force since the office was established over 18 years ago. On average, our office receives approximately 2 public document requests a week, and we provide complete and thorough responses. So I think that's important. Context specific to this complaint, our office has claimed investigative privilege both in our initial response to the request and in response to the complaint. This is provided for in California Evidence Code Section 1040 and 1041 and California Government Code Section 6254 and 6276. If this matter was resolved, I would not be before you today, as we would have already made all relevant documents provided under the ordinance. And as soon as this matter is resolved, we will gladly make everything make all matters public. I don't want to get into details of the case because that's what we're trying to avoid, is having a public discussion around what we deem as an active investigation. So with that, I would hope that that the committee respects the integrity of our investigative and investigations as well as our settlement negotiations. That's it.
Thank you. Are there any persons or witnesses to provide any facts or evidence on behalf of the respondent? Seeing none, members. Vice Chair Howland.
Through the chair, I'm looking at our staff notes. The committee is requesting the city attorney's office provide an explanation of the privileges that the respondent is claiming. Do we have that? Oh, we don't even have the DCA. Did we lose him?
He went to the restroom.
Oh, okay. I can restate that question later.
Okay, great. Mr. Tucker, I have a question. Was your complaint specifically, it states Ms. Polovina as by name. Was your complaint in addition also with the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement?
It's really with the OLSC, but she's the one that Peggy and I have been working with for 4 or 5 years about issues relating to providing documents, et cetera, to us. And she's the one who said that she could not give us these documents.
Okay, so your stance remains that she is the focus of this complaint?
If you want to change it to OLSC, that's fine.
It's up to you. It's
that's
not
fine.
Up to us.
I have no problem with that. She's just a
I think she's
person
the custodian of record.
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I think she's a custodian of record. She's not? Okay.
Nope.
Yeah, I have no problem with that.
Okay. Just clarification, everyone's a custodian of records. Everyone who touches a document, who works for the city, is a custodian of records, of some record that they handle on a day-to-day or month-to-month basis or so on. There could be a particular person that is called a custodian of records for a department. So when there is a general request that's not specific to any one person, it goes to a particular, usually it's a public information officer, but that's the way it's usually we explain it.
This happened because we were talking to her about getting documents. She gave us documents for 2-3 years, and all of a sudden she said, I can't give you this settlement agreement. So that's
okay. So you had been receiving documents from her before pertinent to this issue?
We've been receiving documents from the OLSC about this matter for about 8 years, until this document's being denied to us.
Okay. So let the record reflect that the complainant, the petitioner, is amending the complaint to be just the Office of Labor Standards and Enforcement. Okay? And that should satisfy the respondent. Okay, great. Okay. All right. I forgot your last name, sorry. No. What's your last name?
Mulligan.
Mulligan, I'm sorry. Yeah. Thank you. So, one of the issues that we have when it comes to, first of all, it is appropriate when there's a withholding of information under the Sunshine Ordinance, even under the CPRA, but that a reason, a citation of law must be provided. And with that, we take a little bit extra to show us some evidence of that. How are we to know that this is actually part of an investigation? If it was, for instance, a litigation that was in play, and you could show us a docket with it listed on a docket, then that's proof that the law would apply for withholding, that kind of thing. Do you have anything that you can offer with regards to that?
There's no active litigation around this case right now. For as far as we're concerned, we're not party to the class action case. We're peripheral to it. We did, which is not uncommon in this type of situation. I will not to dispute Mr. Tucker's kind of account of everything that transpired, but I don't think at least the portions with our office wasn't completely accurate. Our initial notice of violation was actually considerably more, I believe, in the neighborhood of $3 million, of which I believe it was about 1.3, 1.4 that was uncontested, and that was made public at that time. The employer provided restitution on that amount, and what we're talking about is the balance of that. So there's been a lot of back and forth. So for our investigations, it's not like it's a civil internal action. We'll issue a notice of violation. There's an internal appeals process. An employer can then appeal the process through an administrative hearing. And then if there's further difficulty, we'll end up litigating around it. So there's no active litigation on our part. It's an investigation that we're seeking settlement on. Part of the delay, quite frankly, is the parallel civil case. So the employer, and I think it's a reasonable approach for us, the employer wants a complete settlement terms. They don't want to settle with our office and then have a balance kind of outstanding with a class action case. So they've agreed to settle with us, but they want a universal settlement. The class action case, which I guess was initiated by Mr. Tucker, I was unfamiliar with that. But that has, I guess, there's been some delays. I think there was a change in judge, but I believe the court currently has all relevant documents, and they're waiting some preliminary determination by the court. Upon that time, I think there's a 60-day period where all information is dispensed among all the parties in the class action, and then ideally final settlement terms. If this case is unresolved in the courts, then we're back to square one in terms of trying to negotiate terms, and we'll no doubt, as we've done for several years worth in this case, have more exchange of information around the settlement.
Okay, which document? So I hear you for all the detail, okay? Our job is, are there documents? If there are they public? We've determined them to be public. Why are they being withheld? You provided us with some citations. Are there any other documents that are available that have not been provided to Mr. Tucker?
I don't think anything that would please Mr. Tucker. For us, it's all specific to our settlement negotiations and the active investigation. So any of the documents we have that he's seeking are specific to that. I don't, so we don't have any documents to provide him. Upon settlement of this case, we'll certainly make everything available. It'll be a settled matter.
Member Martin.
But I think what you're telling us is that your case isn't going to settle until his does.
Well, it sounds like there might be some other things going regarding this. Right now, the understanding we have with the employer is that there's an active class action settlement. They want universal settlement terms. There's some preliminary understanding of what that's going to be, but our settlement is contingent on their settlement.
Right. So
right now, but that could change. If the class action gets thrown out, it's my understanding the court has approved the class, and there's currently the judge is holding all relevant documents to make a preliminary determination. If the judge rules against, does not support any sort of preliminary determination, that goes out, and then we're in a lead position.
So the Archdiocese wants a global, but without the two parties exchanging information.
We have actually exchanged information so the members of the class, and I'm not sure if Mr. Tucker is a member of the class or not. So we have had this is almost 3 years ago when the class action case started. They have a broader investigative window. Ours is 3 years per statute. They have more discretion. It's a civil court case for them. It's a different matter for us. So they were supposedly bringing in a forensic auditor. We thought we may be able to benefit around our audit for it. So we had some shared information terms with the firm. They are aware of where we are. They're aware of our audit findings. We're aware of their audit findings. So yeah. And we had a shared information agreement with the firm representing the class.
Okay, so then what's missing here is a draft settlement agreement. Is that essentially what this boils down to?
I believe so.
And that, as of right now, that draft settlement agreement will only enter into effect if they settle the class action lawsuit.
Right. And if that falls apart, we're back to square one trying to settle terms.
And why is it in that order?
That's a great question.
Probably because that's the way the Archdiocese wants it.
Yeah, if I can just say, because we've had other situations where we just move forward in spite of whatever else is happening. The problem is that if, say, the employer refuses to settle with us, or we issue a final notice of violation, they appeal, we go to administrative hearing, they can challenge the terms of administrative hearing and drag this out even further. For us, our role is to get restitution to workers as expeditiously as possible. We decided this is the most expeditious route. They were amenable to it. There was tentative agreement. We'll have a universal settlement. This is how it is.
Okay. Anything else?
I just have would it be possible strike that. Is the Archdiocese adamant that you do not share the settlement agreement with the class action?
Not only the Archdiocese, the firm representing the class is adamant about that.
Could you say that again? I didn't hear you.
It's my understanding both the Archdiocese and the firm representing the class don't want us to disclose in terms of our investigation.
So the attorneys of the class representing the class don't want you to disclose the tentative settlement.
Correct.
I mean, that's very common in legal practice. If you're in the middle of a settlement negotiation, usually there's an NDA signed or something like that to keep the discussions related to the settlement confidential. That's very common. So,
if I can offer too, this is a case that's received some press. Everything's public here. This is, anything we do is public. That being said, there's some nuances around settlement terms that you may not want to involve the world in.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mulligan. Mr. Tucker, it looked like there was some of this information. You seemed
couple
surprised
points.
at that, but
For me?
it just seemed that you were surprised that I could see from your body language yet a little surprised from some of those answers. I'm just wondering what information now might you want or be available to you that maybe we could help while we have the parties here to get you.
Well, my surprise is I've been talking to class counsel for 5 months about getting our hands on the settlement agreement involving the administrative action. He says he doesn't have it. He will not help us get a copy of it. He has not asked them for it, apparently. Now I'm learning for the first time he's trying to actively withhold it from us. He has said things in court. I've been going to hearings in the court, the Superior Court, about this for the last month or so. He's not saying things consistent with that in front of the judge. So that shocks me, frankly. He's saying that is happening. I understand that the settlement agreement is not in draft form. It's been signed. The Archdiocese and the OLSC have signed a settlement agreement before the class action has really finalized itself. I think that's backwards. When I heard about that, I was shocked. Maybe I'm naive about that, but it seems to me everyone could wait till the end to sign it.
Can I ask a question? So has a motion been filed for approval of the settlement? Because if the motion was filed and the settlement has already, been entered into and just needs to be approved, it should be attached to the motion requesting the settlement be approved.
Which settlement being approved by whom?
Well, if there was a case that was filed and the parties have come to a settlement, they will file a motion with the judge saying we would like you to approve the settlement.
Yes,
We're settling the case.
Yeah. And that document is a settlement agreement of 35 pages length. The Superior Court judge has approved that in preliminary form. Now there's going to be a fairness hearing sometime down the road, and people like me and others are going to appear to oppose the fairness of that, and we'll see what happens.
So are you saying that if you know that the settlement is 35 pages long, so you have seen it?
I've seen the settlement agreement for the class action.
Okay.
Not the one for the administrative action that we're seeking.
Okay, so the settlement for the administrative action, it sounded like you just said that it had been approved. Had it been approved?
The settlement agreement for the administrative action, which we're seeking, we understand from the class council, has been executed by the Archdiocese and by the OLSC. And that may freeze into place a situation where all these other 1,400 people want to come in and opt out of the class action, and they would be barred from coming into that situation. One question for our friend here is whether he would welcome those 1,400 employees into the administrative action and embrace them and take care of them. Seems to me he has a duty under the statute to do that.
But
maybe that's not for you guys to get
right,
into.
This is not the venue for that. I understand that. So I guess I don't know if there's any additional information that we could provide. I think your issue is between the legal counsel for the class at this point, because obviously now you have new information, and because they've invoked some citations with regards to withholding based upon investigatory means, and because they're in the middle of settlement, usually you don't want to give up your hand publicly when you're in the middle of these cases, these kinds of things. So I don't know much else that we can do to compel any other information, unless there's something else you're asking for that right now we can ask Mr. Mulligan about that to see if it's available publicly.
I guess I really fundamentally disagree with what you just said. Number one, the administrative action is not litigation.
Okay.
It's not litigation. But for the fact of this other litigation going on, there would be no kind of agreement between the Archdiocese and the OLSC about the determination made at the administrative level.
Are you then arguing that this administrative process is not is a public process?
Yes, in effect. It's not a litigation process.
Okay, but still, there are administrative processes that are protected, that are confidential. Like like RFPs, those are confidential at a certain part. Employee reviews, confidential.
What is being furthered here by the 1,400 other employees who have an interest in what the settlement agreement says, not being told about it now before they have to make an election under the class action to opt in or out? If they don't have that information and they opt out of that lawsuit, they could be on the street with no legal recourse 5 minutes later if the door to the administrative action is closed. That's the danger here.
I understand that, but we don't necessarily weigh the substance, so to speak. We weigh whether the documents are public and whether they are being withheld properly or not. That's whether to compel a body, an agency, an entity, public agency or entity to produce those documents. We can offer a determination as to whether they are public or not, and whether they're being appropriate, whether the ordinance is being appropriately applied. We don't have much jurisdiction beyond that. Okay. So as far as the consequence or substance of it, makes it really hard for us, even though we weigh as much of the ordinance for the people as possible. But we can't go beyond, our jurisdiction and other areas of law that override the California Public Records Act. Frankly, that's where the ordinance begins. Okay. So the only thing to ask at this point, members, is whether the administrative process, what are the rules under the administrative process, to whether that process is actually public, or which part of it is not, and under, is there client attorney privilege involved in here? Are the sections that Mr. Mulligan cited specifically speak to this particular administrative process, which I will probably ask him in a moment. Those kinds of questions to determine whether the actual if the process is completely public, then all this information should be public, right? That would seem to go hand in hand. And unless it's a law enforcement type of situation where there's investigative provisions that allow for withholding, there's that too. Like we've heard about those things from the police department or from the MTA, in dealing with certain kinds of complaints and whatnot, where they have their own investigation department and whatnot. So let me ask Mr. Mulligan that. Well, actually, because you're the party, Mr. Tucker, it's, if she can relay it to you and you can relay it to us, I would prefer that so it doesn't break our protocol. Mr. Mulligan, let me just ask you, the citations that you offered us, can you repeat them again, please?
Certainly. California Evidence Code sections 1040 and 1041, and California Government Code sections 6254 and 6276.
I'm sorry, which code was the second one?
California Government Code.
Government Code.
And what was the number again?
6254 and 6276.
Okay. Now, do these two codes, Government Code, do these two codes speak specifically to the process that you're going through right now?
Investigations, yes. Investigations and settlement.
With regards to what kind of bodies? I mean, like you have law enforcement. They have their, applicable for law enforcement. Is this a law enforcement
It's for civil enforcement, yes.
Civil enforcement.
Yeah. This is civil, we do civil enforcement. I'd say more in line with, say, Department of Building Inspection or Department of Public Health. Well, they'll do civil enforcement. There's still enforcement of the law, but it's not criminal.
Okay. So, but, I mean, in this area, usually they'll be pretty specific as to whether it's civil or police, like police matter.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm not an attorney. This is
Okay.
what I was provided by the city attorney's office.
I see. Okay. All right. I'm not lawyerly enough to be able to to kind of figure out how to move this forward. I'm going to ask our legal minds on the task force and our legal counsel to help guide us forward on this.
I just have another question. Is this when you submit the settlement for approval, where does it go? What judges go in front of an administrative law judge, or who approves it?
Oh, it's just between parties. So it's typically just between our office and the employer.
So if someone doesn't live up to their bargain, who enforces it?
So the process for an employer is there's an appeals process. They can appeal it, handled by the controller's office through an administrative hearing. We'll have an administrative hearing. Hearing officer will make a determination. Typically, employers will then honor the decision of the hearing officer. If they choose, there's further recourse, they can sue. Or they can just not respond to the terms of the settlement, and then the city is then charged with seeking a judgment against them. And then there's further recourse for
Where do they go to
restitution.
seek the judgment?
In court.
And then who's the hearing officer if it got to that?
That's pretty far down the road. Like for this case, we're not even in an appeal. So right now for this case, we're negotiating terms essentially with the employer. That's where we're at. Part of the terms of the settlement is that this parallel class action case.
Yeah. The other question I had was, you did an investigation, correct me if I'm wrong, which found potential violations or violations.
Correct.
So is that subject to public document release?
Upon completion of the case, absolutely. Everything is made public.
You're not only saying the settlement isn't supposed to be public, but all the data collected to show a violation before also isn't public?
Everything gets made public upon completion of the case.
Right, but right now, all of it is deemed not public.
Correct.
Not just the settlement agreement.
Not
or
just
potential settlement.
Because it all speaks to the terms of the settlement agreement. They all inform each other. Really.
And it's your understanding that the class action lawyers have access or know about the settlement agreement?
We've had conversations around it, yes.
So they know what's in it?
Yes. Yeah. I don't know how else to put it. I've not been party to any of the court proceedings, but yeah, we have a shared information agreement. We share them, our investigative language. And I must say, I appreciate the concerns of Mr. Tucker and his passion. And I would say our office is committing to representing any of the workers within the city and county of San Francisco in which there was a labor violation. So we are inclusive of everybody, all employees we've come across in the 3-year investigative period that we're aware where there's any labor violation. So I want to make that very clear.
I understand that, but he made a very interesting distinction that knowing and not knowing certain information can result in a severe reduction of that settlement.
Not necessarily. I didn't indicate that.
I know he did, but
I don't believe that that's the case.
Okay.
If I did, again, we'd be having a different conversation.
Just getting back on track to Sunshine specifically, let me ask you something, and I haven't dived into the codes that you provided as reasons for withholding. Can any of these records be provided redacted?
We normally do provide them redacted, even at the completion of investigation, because we're not going to issue the names of individuals who were beneficiaries of the settlement agreement, certainly none of their personal contact information. So we routinely have to redact all of that personal information anyhow. So at this point, we're not just looking to protect the names of individuals. We're looking to just protect the terms of our settlement and our investigation.
But I'm just saying, in the process that you are in right now, prior to completion, there are any documents that you can provide redacted? I mean, one of the things that we weigh, our balancing test is, does the law allow you complete withholding of the entire file, or just the some certain information.
No, to your point, and we have made some documents public previously. So the investigative notice and the preliminary settlement or the preliminary notice of violation was made public. That was more than a year ago.
Okay.
And those were actually then in the Chronicle.
Okay.
So we have made some relevant documents, and that's consistent with our office. Notice investigation, like recently it was in the news around a initial investigation that our office is pursuing simply because the investigative notice is a public document. We've issued it, but the terms of the investigation itself are what we try to keep, that we claim privilege on. Because these are ongoing investigations. We're not sure where this is going to end up, and making it all public can compromise. Granted, these aren't criminal investigations, but you could see the challenges of making everything public during a criminal investigation. It changes the nature of your investigation.
I understand. I'm sorry, Member LaHood, I think I cut in before you.
Yeah, I'm not an attorney, and I understand that the city has procedures and there are certain situations where negotiations have to be confidential up until a certain point. And maybe others on the task force can help explain this to me, but isn't it somewhat unethical for the city to enter into a negotiated settlement with an entity that's actively trying to create confusion in legal proceedings so as to create a situation that is intentionally confusing for a large number of members of the public and forcing them to gamble on whether they should be joining the class action or to opt out because they trust that the city has come up with a better settlement and that your settlement doesn't kick in until the class action happens, until that is I mean, is there an ethical dilemma here that, or am I not understanding what's happening?
Mr.
Well, we're not party to the class action case. I don't believe that's the situation. We've completed our investigation. Mostly, we're working on negotiation terms. Through the course of the negotiation, more relevant data typically arises, and that furthers the negotiations around it. But we are comfortable that we have represented all affected parties within this employer. So I feel confident in that around the actions of our office. I don't know, maybe people feel otherwise. Hey, I don't know. But I feel very confident in what our office has done and what we're hoping to execute in terms of restitution.
I can give you more insight into that as well. And you might be familiar, or you may have been involved in a class action at some point. But when a class action is occurring, everyone that could be a potential member of that class is sent a notice that explains that they can either join in on the class action, or if they think that their luck would be better on their own, they can go out on their own, get their own counsel, and separately and opt out is what that's called. So that is a decision that people who may be included in a class for a class action, a decision that they make as they move forward. If you opt out of the class action and then you see the results of it and the members of the class are getting an amount of money that makes you feel comfortable, you've already opted out and you've lost your opportunity to be part of that. So that's something that everyone, as they may end up as part of a class action, has to make that decision at the beginning. Do they want to opt in or opt out? If you opt in, you get the benefit of a group negotiation, the coverage of counsel that you won't have to pay out of pocket because they'll take a portion of the results of the class action settlement. But at the same time, the payout could be 5 cents to each person because the class is so large. That's the way that most people end up involved in a class action. With a large entity, is that they end up getting a check in the mail for $1.22 because that's their portion of the class action. But if people want to think that they have a better chance on their own, they can go out on their own, hire their own counsel, and pursue things that way. But once you've opted out, you can't get back into the class and try and get whatever settlement they have.
I understand what you're saying there, but here's a situation where it's not people acting on their own, it's the city acting on their behalf. There's an existing agreement, but yet the class action is happening in parallel separately. And maybe it's because of my misunderstanding about what the attorneys on the class action side know or don't know, and we don't know that for certain
and,
here.
And those that they're representing, they're supposed to be communicating with them.
And they're supposed to be acting in their best interest. So we trust that the attorneys on the class action side, if they are not acting in the best interest of their clients, they're opening themselves up to being sued for malpractice down the line.
That could be something.
If I can offer, but as the city and county of San Francisco, we're not requesting that anybody signs in or out. We're looking to represent anyone who we deem was not
a victim,
properly compensated. So we provided a comprehensive audit, and we've identified people. People don't need to buy in or buy out. We don't send a questionnaire around it. We're looking to represent everybody that we deem was not properly compensated. But there are limitations for us. There's a 3-year statute. It's my understanding, though I don't know the details, that the investigative period for the class goes beyond that, which might speak to the differential in resources. So our preliminary DOV, which was made public, was in the neighborhood of $3 million. Theirs, I think Mr. Tucker quoted, was about $4 million. That might be the differential.
Thank you.
And those are public. Those are elements that are relatively public, it seems.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mulligan.
Thank you.
I think I'm just going to ask Mr. Tucker one last time if there's any other, at this point, hearing all this, is there any documents you still find to be outstanding or unresponsive at this time?
In connection with asking for a copy of the settlement agreement, I asked Bianca several months ago for every piece of paper in the file relating to the negotiation of the settlement, etc. Those papers were routinely given to us for years, 7 or 8 years. And all of a sudden, the rules changed, and she said, I can't give you those papers. So we're looking forward to getting those papers later, but we're being denied all those papers now, too. And we would like to know what's been going on about these negotiations. About the class action, this is not a regular class action. The people that are going to opt out should have rights, in my opinion, to go over and be covered by the administrative action where they get 100 cents on the dollar, not 50 cents. The class action is a very expensive operation. 50% of the $2.8 million is going to go to the lawyers and to costs. There are no costs over the administrative side. Every one of the people in the class action who get the right kind of notice, which I hope to get the judge to give to them, are going to opt out. And if they end up on the street, they're going to be coming into the OLSC the next day en masse saying, can you now represent us? Because we still have claims to this $2.8 million in benefits. What if they say no because we signed a settlement agreement with the Archdiocese that forecloses that forever? If this is a real settlement agreement that forecloses that forever, this is an injustice to 1,400 employees for $2.8 million. I think you need to take notice of that. This is not, what you said about a class action is right. This is a very different situation. And these people, in my opinion, 1,400 people are going to be affected by what you people decide here, I think. Now, I think the judge is going to get her hands on this settlement agreement and eventually show it to people. The class action attorney is saying to the judge that it's very easy for the employees who want this information to go ask the OLSC for it. He did not tell the judge, I've told the OLSC not to give it to you. That happened in court about a week ago. These kinds of things bother me. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for getting any additional information at this point? I think I want to move to rebuttals, and then we can discuss how to move forward on this. Okay? All right, so we're going to move to rebuttals now. The respondent is first at 3 minutes. If you have anything that you want to offer, please reset the clock.
Not much to add. I appreciate just respect for our investigative privilege. Mr. Tucker has spoke to some change in policy. The reason for that is we had scores of very aggressive public document requests on behalf of employers around active investigations that we had. In consultation with the city attorney's office, we made a standard practice to claim investigative privilege around any public document request where we have an active investigation. Because the intention, it was our understanding of those public document requests, was to undermine our investigations. It was specific to some new laws in San Francisco, and they were coming from large employers associations. So that was just to speak to some change in some of the policies in the office. So we do claim investigative privilege. So I just wanted to speak to that because it was brought up by Mr. Tucker. I would say if this was, as soon as this matter is resolved, as with all other cases, we make everything public, all of our investigation proceedings, all the settlement terms, everything. And that's been the practice of our office for the past 18 years. So I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Tucker, you have 3 minutes for rebuttal.
I think in the papers I filed several months ago in this case, I rebutted some of the code section that were cited by the city attorney's office. I don't think any of those rules apply here, so I invite you to dig into those rules and to see whether in this narrow situation the policy behind those rules apply. So that maybe, and I wrote some letters to emails to Bianca about those things, and I think I included that in the filings I made with this case. So just on the legal rules he cited, I think are inapplicable to this situation.
Okay. Yeah. All right, so I have some clarifying questions. I'm going to ask a couple here. Mr. Tucker, before you sit down, I want to ask you a question. So up until what point, give me the dates from day one that you had been getting information from this office and from
OLSC?
From OLSC, and to the point of when you were being denied?
Starting in about 2014, which is 2 years after the OLSC investigation began, I began to file sunshine ordinance requests with the OLSC, and routinely, 4 or 5 times a year, we would meet with Jorge Saavedra, who was the officer involved in running the case back then. We came down here, Peggy and I, 5 or 6 or 7 times over 3 or 4 years, met with him and looked at spreadsheets for hours. He sent us spreadsheets in electronic form, and we would look at those.
I don't need the full details.
Okay. Starting about I'm going to say a year ago or so, Bianca continued to comply with our request for information. We go down and meet with her, and she'd give us things. And then a door just slammed shut in our face about 6 or 8 months ago, I'm going to say, something like that. And nothing has come forward from her since.
And do you have any information or knowledge as to why it stopped then?
Because the city attorney's office wanted it to stop, in my opinion. She began to give us messages penned, obviously, by the city attorney's office with a lot of legal arguments that she would never have been able to come up with, telling us we weren't entitled to the information we wanted it.
Member testify.
Can we get a response on that from the respondent? Yeah. I mean, I'm honestly shocked that she was ever giving them this information if active settlement negotiations were going on, but rather than presume, maybe we can hear.
And I also have other questions for them too, so I just wanted to hear from Mr. Tucker first, and then I'll ask Mr. Mulligan to come up also. So just to make sure I got this right, 2014 you started asking for information using sunshine ordinance requests.
Right.
Then Bianca started providing you with those after the first person, and that continued up until about 6 to 8 months ago.
Yes. Yep.
And then it just stopped.
Completely stopped.
Everything. And did she give you a reason?
She would cite letters and emails that had been obviously penned by its city attorney's office, and she admitted that to me. And when I told her that wasn't allowed under the sunshine ordinance, she then began to paraphrase what the city attorney asked her to say.
So are those the same codes that Mr. Mulligan had?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mulligan, just a couple of questions, and I'm sure Member Tesfaye will also follow up on my lead here. You said something very significant you didn't say before. New laws in San Francisco that allowed more transparency for employers.
I'm sorry, no, there weren't new laws that provided more transparency. There were new labor laws that were now our office was charged with enforcing towards employers. And for our initial investigations, there was a lot of interest, let's just say that, from employers' associations. So we believed it was an effort to undermine our investigation and negotiation settlements.
Okay, and so before you changed your policies, okay, were under those new laws or those labor laws, were you required to disclose?
There was no requirement around that. We felt that there was an effort to undermine not just our investigative efforts, but undermine the legislation potentially. Under advice from the city attorney's office, their advice was you have the right to claim investigative privilege. Okay. They made the citations. They also informed us of favored nations provisions. So we couldn't be apply this with discretion. We would have to apply it universally across the board.
Oh, interesting. Okay. Member testify.
I was just following up on the Q&A we had with Mr. Tucker regarding the change in action from your staff person to provide that information. Can you give us any more insight?
In terms of?
He said that she had been providing him with the settlement information and then it stopped, potentially under the advice of the city attorney. I was surprised that she was giving that information out to begin with, but can you give us the actual reason why she stopped?
Well, if I can share with you, I believe a lot of that is certainly before, I think it was leading up to our notice of violation, the preliminary notice of violation, which was made public, and prior to our shared information agreement with the law firm representing the class.
So it stopped after the sharing of information agreement?
Yes.
Okay.
That also timed out with this policy change in our office, though, I might add.
Okay.
If you sent out a notice of violation, then you've made a determination that there's a violation.
It's a preliminary notice.
Preliminary notice.
Yes, and that was made public.
And then you do investigation.
No, first there's an investigative notice that goes out. So we receive complaints. We respond to all complaints, no matter how they come into our office. Right. Usually from workers, sometimes from third parties, community groups, labor unions, sometimes competing employers. We will look into all complaints that come into our office. If we deem that there's merit to the complaint, we will issue an investigative notice. That's one of our first actions. So the employer becomes aware that we are investigating them and will request appropriate documents and access to the workplace. And then after we've conducted an initial investigation, usually we'll issue a preliminary notice of determination. All right? And there's a lot of back and forth that leads up to that. We'll issue that, and usually there's more negotiation that ensues. We found more information, or in some cases, more workers may come forward. We might expand the audit. We might figure out that there's further labor violations besides just, say, wage and hour. They may also be violations of the Healthcare Security Ordinance or, any one of the 20 various labor laws that we enforce through our office. So we may expand that and then issue another notice of violation later, a final determination. And then there's
and during that period of time, you're now citing the evidence in government code.
We're in this in-between period right now. That's how we would see it. Okay. It's after the preliminary notice of violation and before the final settlement terms. Yeah, so we're hopefully very close to the final settlement terms.
Yeah, I guess from my own edification, just based upon the kind of the imminency of what could happen to this class with regards to the settlement. I mean, and because this is kind of an administrative process,
right?
I'm just wondering, why the city would not provide that class if you're representing them with their best interests. Why not provide them with the best possible?
We have provided the information to the class.
Okay.
I can't speak to Mr. Tucker's intent, but if there is an intent to disrupt, For
I
it
see.
to undermine the settlement terms, I think that might be the concern.
Okay, that's where you're getting at. Okay, I
Yeah,
got it.
but I don't want to be presumptuous at all.
I got you. But in the general course of your business, that's what
Yeah.
you're looking at.
Yeah, but if I can say independently, I'm confident in our investigation and the terms that we believe we'll be able to reach through
Okay.
this.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, so I don't think that there's some big differential, but that's just my personal feelings around it.
Member
I
Martin.
just have a general question. Where does your settlement money go?
All of it goes to the complainants. There is some provisions. It would be fairly modest for the healthcare security ordinance. Some of the laws has very large penalties. Healthcare security ordinance proportionally does not have large settlement terms. The penalty terms come back to the city and county of San Francisco general fund, but overwhelmingly for healthcare security ordinance cases, the restitution all goes to workers.
So you've identified those workers and they get the money.
For the restitution would be all monies that would have been owed them through the investigation.
Does it matter if they're in the class or not?
Independent. We're not party to the class.
So they can be in the class and also receive money through your settlement.
Yeah, and I don't want to speak for the class. It's my understanding that they're representing things that go beyond the scope of our investigation, perhaps.
But those members could receive restitution.
Yes, and many
For your
have.
action.
For I think approximately 1.4 million have gone out to complainants or to individuals who were with this employer previously. Then the balance was contested by the employer.
So it's not necessarily one or the other. There's one that there's more available perhaps through the class action.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm just going to allow Mr. Tucker a last word, and then we'll discuss how to proceed. So we're getting a little long on time here.
I have a factual disagreement with what was just said. The OLSC did this 5-year investigation of all of this and came up with a formal and I thought final determination of violation in early 2017, 7 or 8, 10, 12 pages long. It talked about $2.9 million of amounts owed to employees. And as far as I'm concerned, that's a final settlement as to the administrative action. But that was finalized. That was a formal, to me, it's not a preliminary determination. To me, that's a final determination. The person who was there before Bianca made that determination, and then he left, basically. I call that final. And the money's being paid out under the settlement agreement is under that public document. I have a copy of that, the determination of violation, in my files. And it talks about the $2.9 million, and things were done under that. Monies were paid out to 1,000 or 1,100 people within a few months of early 2017. So I disagree with the facts. The other thing I think needs to be focused on here is that these 1,400 employees that are in the class action are his clients. They are employees of the Archdiocese. He has a duty under the Healthcare Security Ordinance to take care of them. Black letter law, read the ordinance. I don't think he's taking care of them. If he's not going to give them a copy of this settlement agreement, which may cut them off, in my opinion, he's not taking care of his clients.
Are you a member of that class?
Peggy is.
No, but are you a member of the class?
No.
You're the one who made the request, and it brought this complaint forward.
Yeah.
So the question is, if he's allowed to provide that information to members of the class, he's not allowed to provide that member to you.
He can give it to Peggy.
That's not before us. That's not in our...
Really? Really?
It is not before us. You brought the complaint forward.
Okay. Well, Peggy
and unless you are legal counsel on behalf of the class...
Is that the distinction you're going to make here?
It is a distinction. We always have to make those kinds of distinctions. One moment. Member Josh.
To whatever extent the member of the class is allowed to have that information, I'm not sure that really is the purview of the Sunshine Task Force. The right for her to have it isn't under the Sunshine Ordinance. It's her...
Unless it's a public document.
No, but...
Then anybody should get
But yeah, the reason that he can't have it...
Well, no, it could be public but have restrictions.
And the law would, there are citations of law that allow certain restrictions. It's still public, but there are restrictions as to who can see it, who can't see it, how it should be disclosed. There are provisions elsewhere in other laws that override. As he cited with regard, we get all the time from investigations. So
right, there's all kinds of laws that determine who can have access to certain documents.
Right.
I'm not aware of any law that relates to this body overseeing that determination. So if she's entitled to the document and we've helped get that document into her hands, that's great. But if she's entitled to the document due to her specific role and the city department doesn't provide it to her, I'm not sure that is within the purview of this body.
If there is no law that prohibits a document from being withheld, it is public and covered under the full umbrella of the Sunshine Ordinance.
Yes,
and
of course.
CPRA. So unless there is some specific citation that limits the disclosure to the general public, but may be specific to a certain class or certain group of people, it's still public document, and it's still public and still should be provided. It's still deemed public and should be provided.
Right. I mean, I guess where I'm coming from is that my memory when we dealt with a document that pertained to a patient's medical history, that person was seeking that document under the public records law, and they were entitled to it, but they were entitled to it under a completely different category of laws pertaining to their right to their medical records. And I believe we were able to help them get that document, but it wasn't through our purview directly as the Sunshine Ordinance.
I've been through cases around HIPAA before, and where HIPAA specifically says that the documents are available to the actual person, that the documents of the actual patient, okay, and it was through Department of Public Health. We found positively with all kinds of citations that the Sunshine Ordinance applied. Absolutely.
All right.
So that's that's where this comes into play, because the law that it oversees it, the release of that information, the law says this particular person is required to have this document. Who's the custodian of the document? The City and County of San Francisco. City and County of San Francisco is under the jurisdiction of the Sunshine Ordinance, must comply with it. That's how it got released to the patient. A third party? No, because HIPAA disallows it. So then it's not public to the third party, if the third party asked for it, unless the patient gave the third party permission to get it. And even under then, it's questionable. So there are nuances here that apply when the door opens under the law that says there's no prohibition for the release of the information to certain members of the public, maybe because of these particular restrictions. But once that happens, and it's supposed to be released, it becomes a public document. It's in our purview. That's the way this body has operated since the beginning.
Okay.
I'm open to hearing other interpretations or provisions. It's not been challenged by our legal counsel in the 10 years or more that I've been involved with this body, or by the city attorney.
I mean, I feel like it was probably the Drayson Grant Garza case.
Mm-hmm.
We ended up identifying that these documents were public, and that they were not accessible to the wider public, but that he was authorized to see them. But if I remember correctly, we didn't find a violation because the prevention of him being turned over those documents we didn't identify as a violation.
That's for the Sunshine Task Force at that time to mull over.
Sure, I'm just trying to give context for where I'm coming from.
I'm very familiar with that case because it's been before me when I've been on this task force before. So I don't want to belabor this too much more. But Mr. Mulligan, one last question with regards to this. So I found it very compelling that Mr. Tucker was saying that OLSC is the legal representative for the class. Is that correct?
I'm not a legal representative for the class, but it is our charge to, through our investigation, to provide restitution to any.
Let me flip it around. Are they your client?
We believe that any employees in the city and county of San Francisco where there's a labor violation would be a client of our office,
Okay.
yes.
Do you have an obligation to notify your client of all information under, like, attorney-client privilege?
Well, we're not attorneys. It's like, for instance,
It's an administrative matter, still a legal matter.
yeah,
Right?
we don't feel that we're obligated. We do sometimes provide general information through interviews with employees around the investigation. But much like with the criminal investigation, if somebody files a complaint with the police department, it's not incumbent upon the police department to provide the complainant with updates around their investigation.
I know, but we're talking about a big area of law that's very different. I mean, it's
understood.
It's, these employees are the employees are of this entity. If you're representing them in some kind of way, I understand your concern that there could be some disruption. Somebody will try something to whatever. But by the same token, I don't. It's a little hard for me to understand that if I'm being represented by, like, for instance, I have insurance. Again, somebody hits me in my car. Okay, it goes beyond my coverage. The insurance company assigns an attorney to retrieve the additional coverage. Absolutely, they give me all the information. I don't understand why you wouldn't.
We're not a private attorney. We're doing an independent investigation. And we're not looking to be coerced around our investigation, either by complainants, third-party representatives who engage our office, or by employers or employers' associations.
But you're also doing the settlement.
Right.
Right. So you're not just doing investigation.
But if I can just offer, it's not just like some sort of legal settlement claim. These are just restitution. For us, our audit is to identify where individuals are not properly compensated. And make corrections. That's it. It's kind of, for us, it's not a negotiation. We identify where there's a violation.
It's like a reconciliation.
Or kind of, well, I know that, for example, at the agency that I work at, when they are conducting an investigation this way, it is to basically punish the entity for not following the laws that are set out in the code that the legislature has passed. So here, I know that he's providing restitution to the employees, but it's more a representation of the city's interest in making sure that its laws around employment are followed. The city has an interest in creating a positive working atmosphere for citizens of the city, businesses, things like that. And so that's more of the focus. I understand that now.
Okay.
That's why it's called restitution, not.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mulligan. So go ahead, Mr. Martin. Go ahead.
If someone disagrees, let's say someone's getting restitution, they're like, I don't think this is right. What's their recourse?
I respect an individual's right to seek recourse by any methods that they have at their disposal. That's clearly the case with this investigation. Is some individuals sought further recourse by seeking an independent law firm and seeking a class action. That doesn't always support our investigation. I think we may likely have already reached settlement terms by now. We're not waiting for a judge's decision. But clearly, that's an individual's right. A number of the laws have a private right of action. They can retain an attorney and seek restitution on their own. And there's a number of cases like that within the city.
Is there any way for a private individual to challenge what you guys provide for them?
That's a good question. Under the law, we do have full authority around enforcement of San Francisco labor laws. I think that's the best way to respond to it.
I have a question. Let's say that none of these employees were bringing any kind of extra action. They were fine with what's going on. Would you still conduct an investigation and require payment from this employer because they violated the city's laws?
Absolutely.
Okay, so I think that's something to kind of frame this is, I know that they are providing restitution to the employees, but the interest, the investigation is focused on the violation of the city's laws and the city's interest in having its laws followed. That's why the payment to the employees is called restitution. It's not like the payout of a claim of some kind.
Or like a settlement term. I mean,
It's
ultimately
different.
we enter into a settlement agreement, but it's for the purposes of
And you're settling this issue of their violation of the city's laws and not following what the city has outlined for them. So it's different from trying to find justice for these employees. And I think that it wouldn't really be fair to these employees for them to think that the city is necessarily out there trying to. I know that you say that you're doing fine by them, but
yeah.
I mean, that's up to the employees to decide. But
Yes.
the real interest that the city is advocating for in the settlement is their laws have been violated. They want companies to follow their laws, and that's what they're investigating.
Well, I'm going to ask our legal minds here to help us find a way. Thank you, Mr. Mulligan.
Thank you.
I think that's all the questions we have. How do we move forward on this? We have to come to a motion to come up with some sort of determination. How do we do that? I mean, we can just through our standard. Have a motion to find a violation, and then we can determine through that whether there is one or not by the way the vote goes, or is there some other way, something else? It's a pretty unusual.
Well, it's exceptionally difficult. I mean, I think at the heart of it is that there's a class action lawyer who's not sharing the settlement information with the class, with individual members of the class.
I get that, but how does that affect us and what we do?
That's just it.
The question is this truly within our jurisdiction at this point? I mean, is the information considered public? Yes. Is there anything that we are to? Is there a violation?
Yeah, that's
really what it comes down to.
But have we taken the position that we need a motion to find a violation, or can there be a motion? I know we've discussed this before, but a motion that there is no violation. Is it?
Generally, the best way for us to go forward is to assume that there's a violation and then to vote it down so that it fails.
The reason I'm asking is I remember maybe it was last meeting and the one before where because of that, I made a motion, but I didn't want to vote for the motion.
I understand that. I think in this case, because of the whole Robert's Rules thing, we require a motion and somebody to move and a second. It doesn't. We don't necessarily mean that you have to vote in favor of the motion. I think it's just to make it official. It's just to make it official so that we have it. I mean, we could adjust our rules just to say the motion exists, and then we just make the determination on that. I know there's been a lot of confusion over the years whether if somebody doesn't make a motion, then what happens, that kind of thing. I'm trying to streamline this so.
Is a valid motion, is there a violation of valid wording for a motion?
Absolutely.
And I checked after the last meeting, and Robert's Rules of Orders does allow you to make a motion and then vote against it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and frankly, our rules of order, are applicable only to us. So, I think the cleanest way for us to do is to always have a motion to find a violation, because that is what the case is before us. Somebody has complained that there's a violation. So then our determination is it applicable or is it not applicable based upon our vote? Yeah.
The only problem with that is if we end up with like a 6-5 vote. Wait, no, is that right?
Yes.
No. A 5-4 vote
Right.
to find to find a violation.
There is none.
Which means that we had a majority of the people that engaged in the vote say there was a violation to come to the conclusion there was no violation.
I know,
We've had
but
that
this is
discussion
and
before.
this demands a voter approved ballot initiative to make that change.
we must find our substantive decisions must be from a majority of all seats.
Right. I was only speaking in terms of the protocol of always doing things in the negative. It creates that weird situation.
Right. So here we're saying, well, I understand that. Well, even though that happens, if it fails because there isn't enough votes to meet the threshold, then it fails.
Right. But it looks like the same failure of the failure. Never. Let's just vote.
It's both ways. It goes both ways. The idea is it has to be 6 or more votes. Period.
Right.
That's it. So do your best to debate, and and make it go the way you need to go. I mean, it's very rare that we get those split kind of decisions. So okay. Anyway, not to belabor the point because we have one more very important case that we want to get to discussion. We lost Member Highland, but we still have quorum. So we just need a motion to find a violation and a second, and then we can vote. Let them.
All right, let's play this game. I'll make a motion to find a violation.
Of
what? Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. How?
Well, just the case is specific.
Right, but if you're trying to make a motion that there isn't a violation, it seems really, really clunky to identify a faux violation.
It is our motion based upon the petitioner's sense that there's a violation of a specific section of the code. It's been cited, 6724B2.
All right, let's do that then.
The determination.
A motion of violation 6724B2. Did I just say that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Great.
Is there a second?
Sure, I'll second so we can have a vote.
Moved by Member Josh Wolf, second by Member Hinsey. Public comment on the motion. If you're not party, you can comment.
So I attended the Superior Court hearing.
Your name,
with
please?
Dave.
Name?
Peggy O'Donnell. So I'm the person who submitted the original complaint with the OLSC. And because of the inaction of the OLSC, I sought out a private attorney who would take on a class action. I personally went directly to the Archdiocese and demanded my money back. So I've been in this since whatever year, trying to make right for all the other Archdiocese employees who have not been reimbursed for the money that was withheld using deceptive tactics. So at the Superior Court hearing, they're trying to decide on whether to go forward with the class action. We are in disagreement with the terms of that because we see it as a case that has been, they want a global settlement with all three parties without the input of the people who were affected by the problem. So at the Superior Court hearing, the judge made it clear that the information that the OLSC has should be made available to the class. The attorney for the class action said that it would be available. All we had to do was ask the OLSC for it. I have an email from the attorney who said he does not have it. I have never seen it, but you can ask. They should be able to provide it. So we're being told that they should be able to provide it. The judge is under the understanding that it is available to us through the OLSC, but the OLSC will not provide it because the city attorney, who has been involved in the resolution of this problem, does not want that information released to the class.
Hi, Ms. O'Donnell. So did the office say that they would provide it to you after the settlement was reached, after the investigation has been closed?
They will, yes, they will, but that will be too late to know whether, for any member of the class to make an informed decision about whether or not they want to be a member of the class.
Okay.
You need to have that information. You need to know. So they paid out. They said there was about $3 million due, but the problem with the OLSC case is that their determination was based on inaccurate and incomplete information provided to them by the Archdiocese, which is why the class action determined a whole lot more was due, because they were able to get the facts.
So are you involved in the case? So you know it sounds like you were at court, so you know what's going on?
Yes.
Has a motion been made to stay that proceeding until this has been determined and you guys can get a copy of what has been made confidential until the investigation is complete?
No, nothing has been, I mean,
Like a
it's
procedural
sort of,
motion?
we, again, as a member of the class, I don't really have any say until they go forward with the hearing, and then there's apparently an opportunity that we can protest the fairness, which we will do.
Okay.
But in the meantime, they're saying, the attorney is telling the judge that we can get the information from the OLSC, and they will not release it to us.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment on the motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Hensy?
No.
Member Hensy, no. Member Yankee?
No.
Member Martin?
No.
Member Tesfaye?
No.
Member Kanata?
No.
Member LaHood?
No.
Member Highland?
He's absent.
Not here, slept out.
Chair Wolf?
No.
And I forgot that it was in reverse order, so I'd like to change my vote to a no because I got confused. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, motion fails. Thank you, and we wish you all the best. Okay, let's call the next item. That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Item number 8.
Yes.
File number 19013, hearing to review the San Francisco Police Commission's response and actions on February 20th, 2019, to the Sunshine Order of Determination regarding file number 17. Shall I repeat it?
No, sure. It's that video.
Item number 8, file number 19013, hearing to review the San Francisco Police Commission's response and actions on February 20th, 2019, to the Sunshine Order of Determination regarding file number 17131, Magic Altman against the Police Commission.
Okay, so I had this on last month's agenda. We weren't quite prepared to have a discussion. I'm hoping everybody had a chance to review the video and the response from the Police Commission about our order of determination. What I'm interested in having a discussion about is we have somewhat of a defiance of our order that was unanimous, and what we think about that, what we should or may do about that, and how to implement that. This is again another one of those unusual cases. We usually don't get this level of defiance in that way. Lots of times, these, especially for a Brown Act, it's very, very unusual. In the past, usually what happens is, there's multiple complaints that lead to the same similar kind of thing, and there's we keep finding in violation, and they end up changing their ways. For instance, in the you can't convert a IDR into a regular request, those kinds of things. So you bring it, you have multiple times that comes up, they eventually just stop doing that because we find it to be wrong. So I wanted to see what everybody's thoughts were about it, and just bring it to your attention. We will have some public comment here about it, and I'll leave it at that.
I think if they're openly define the determination, I think you just refer it to the Ethics Commission, and I would just propose to do that.
So do you refer who to the commission? You can't refer to a body, you refer people.
Oh.
I mean, you could, there are other ways, I think, other ways to do that. I mean, we do have access to the district attorney and the attorney general. Attorney general generally oversees when bodies or companies, large entities violate in that way. District attorney obviously is an agent of the attorney general's office, that kind of thing. We've not had much luck, to be honest with you, when we refer things to either one of those offices. But
I think Section 6734, I think this probably qualifies as a willful failure. So any elected official, department head, or other managerial city employee to discharge any duties imposed by the Sunshine Ordinance.
Okay.
I think that's oh, sorry. Yeah. I said that it looks to me at first blush it falls under 6734, willful failure. That says it can be referred to the Ethics Commission. I think that's
okay. So if you read 6734, it focuses on any elected official, department head, or other managerial city employee, not an entity.
Yeah, well, that's true.
So the question becomes, is the entire commission in defiance of this? They will not comply. And if so, then I think we'll have to name all the commissioners. If that's where you want to go. And we have some new rules with regards to 6734 findings to send over to the Ethics Commission. We are basically leaving it up to them to determine 6734. We basically send them our original order of determination with a recommendation for 6734, and then we give the basis for that. So that would be, if we're going to put that into a motion, that would be how the motion would have to be worded, I think. And I think if DCA Price Wolf wants to help out with that, that might be helpful.
Well, I guess the other question I would have is when the violation was determined, who would have been charged with remedying the violation?
The commission itself, because it was against the commission. The commission was the one that took the action to recess the meeting and then change its venue. Didn't do the posting properly. There are other issues which involve other departments, like the sheriff's department, which are not applicable to this, with regard to the closure of the building and disallowing folks to come in at a certain point. And then when they did come in, there was no notice anywhere of where the venue change was. So that's a different issue that has not been brought before us yet.
Okay.
So this is just on the actions of the commission. Shall I open it up for public comment?
Sure.
Okay, let's have public comment. It'll be 3 minutes per speaker.
I am very...
Hold on. Wait
Okay.
for the clock to start.
Yeah,
okay.
we're good. My name is Magic Altman. I'm the person who originally filed this complaint, and I'm very happy that you are stepping up and the courage you're showing to get respect for this body that does such good work. The Police Commission blatantly disregarded the unanimous decision by the task force that declared their vote for tasers in violation of the Brown Act and the Sunshine Task Force Ordinance. Since a decision finding the actual vote of a government body in violation is unprecedented, it is a unique opportunity to stand up in support of these laws that protect the rights of the public. In these dangerous times, when the rights of the people continue to be denied, we need to speak out and not let these actions stand. The Brown Act states the people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created. This is not about the political positions of the members of this body, but about enforcing the laws that were created to protect the rights of the people. Our Sunshine Task Force Ordinance and the Brown Act are considered the strongest legislation of this kind in the nation. Thus, it behooves us to set an example for the country by demanding that these laws and therefore the decisions of this body be respected and abided by. After months of requesting that the Police Commission agendize this decision, it was only when I was able to get NBC Bay Area to shine a light on the stonewalling that we finally got the determination of the task force to be discussed and acted upon. At the meeting concerning the taser vote, the discussion that followed further revealed disregard for the law. It seems that without the threat of jail time, a fine, or a loss of position, government officials don't have to care. President Hirsch stated that it was the sheriff's fault that the city hall was shut down. This is actually irrelevant. The Brown Act protects the rights of the people to attend their own meetings, period. And we still do not know who gave the order to the sheriff. That has not been revealed. It is time to write a report and call for a presentation at the Board of Supervisors so this affront to the people of San Francisco no longer stays under the radar. I will be contacting supervisors about this issue so we can actually have some sunshine on the decisions and actions of our representatives and call them to act for the rights of the people. I'm also very heartened about the idea that it can go to the Ethics Committee and that it could go to the District Attorney and the Attorney General. I thank you again for your time and for what you are doing to make this public. We need real Sunshine Task Force enforcement, and these people blatantly denied and acted like they don't have to do anything, and they must. And I'm really glad because the tasers could be made legal under this law. They still haven't because they're not funded yet. But tasers kill, and they're considered a weapon of torture by the United Nations. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, Gilbert Bernstein. I just wanted to say thanks to a few people, to everyone here for staying so late and taking care of these sorts of issues and for pursuing this matter. I'm certainly one amongst many people who was involved with it and would like to see this vote happen again under less insane circumstances. But I haven't been the person carrying that through, so thank you all for your work on that, and thank you to Magic for pursuing this further. Yeah, that's about all I have to say. Sorry it's not more procedurally interesting, but sincerely.
Next speaker.
Good evening. My name is Mildred Moosney, and I'm a lifelong resident of San Francisco. And when I was growing up as a girl in Noe Valley, I met my best friend, and this actually happens to be her little brother. He originally they were residents of San Francisco. His mother was an RN at NICU RN at General for many decades, and she eventually moved to the suburbs, put her son in high school in the suburbs. He was a graduate of Morehouse College. He was jaywalking on Millbrae, and he was encountered by a deputy who he called for backup. And he was 6'3", large man, and he had a history of mental illness, responded poorly to deputies. And not only did they tase him multiple times, they put his their knees in his back and if you watch the video, they talked about all the drugs he had on board. He was not a drug user. It was a horrific event. And when I came to understand and read about all the studies, the police and the sheriffs are poorly trained on how to operate tasers. They do such things as put their knees in the back of these men, and they just don't know how to handle it. So I really urge you to keep this in mind, that you're not going to train 2,000 officers properly to use this when you try to compel the board to change their minds about the way the vote happened, which is illegal and completely unacceptable. And I'd just like to remind everybody here that TASER stands for Thomas A. Swift's electric rifle. They are not safe. It's a false sense of security, and I would hate to have that in the hands of the police. I've had good and terrible interactions with the police, and they conduct a lot of things illegally here in San Francisco. So please keep that in mind. Keep Chinedu's name in mind. His sister is a Facebook executive. This was a prominent member of our society. Please keep him in mind and keep him in your heart and thoughts. Thank you.
Can you, Miss, can you repeat your name and spell it, please?
Thank you. It's Mildred, Mildred.
Mm-hmm.
Last name is M, like Mary, U-S, N, like Nancy, I. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Commission. Greatly appreciate your attention to this matter. As has been brought up by previous speakers, of course, the issue of tasers, of they are lethal weapons. There is a body count, a quite significant body count associated, and so this is a matter of life and death. And while I know that this is not necessarily the purview of this Commission to rule on those matters, or make decisions on those matters, I think it's important to keep that in the back of our minds with all related decision making. Of course, rest in power to Chinedu Okobi. Also, rest in power to Warren Ragudo of Daly City. It should be noted that several of the recent taser-related deaths in recent years have actually been in the Bay Area within just a few miles of the city and county of San Francisco. So this is not some remote hazard. That needs to be, I think, greatly impressed. But what I really want to speak to you about is what's within your purview, and that is the fact that as the locally constituted guardians, as it were, of open government, Brown Act, Sunshine, etc. Clearly, in the Police Commission, I believe it was February the 20th. Let's see here. Yes, February 20th, 2019. Clearly, in that Police Commission meeting, there was the intentional furthering of the obstruction of public access to debate, the celebrating and acknowledgement of the public's removal of access from the debate on this vital issue. And I'd like to turn the attention to the government code, to the Brown Act, stating each member attending a meeting of the governing board where the public is intentionally deprived of information to which the member knows or has reason to know the public is entitled to is in violation of the Brown Act and may be charged with a criminal offense. I would like to implore this body to push vigorously with whatever means are at its disposal to push for criminal charges against Commissioner Hirsch for his intentional obstruction of the public's access to meeting and discussion of this vital life and death issue and the furtherance of that obstruction in the meeting on February the 20th. It's clear in the video. If you haven't watched it already, I encourage all of you to watch it. So I'd like to push for criminal charges to be recommended against Commissioner Hirsch, as well as what is customary, which is the immediate removal of him from any decision-making authority, as in the position he holds as president of the commission. Tudo is down right now. Thank you.
Sir, can I have your name?
Yes, Jeremy Miller with the Idris Stelly Foundation of Frisco Cop Watch.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. I think that a lot of people, including myself, fight for a task force like this to exist. And so now it's our job as the people to hold them accountable to our rights. And so the Sunshine Task Force declared that the most recent votes that the Police Commission took on tasers back in November 2017 violated the Brown Act. That's where we're at. The Police Commission doesn't need to weigh whether they violated or not. They violated it. Because the vote violated the government's duty to service the public and reach decisions in full view of the public, the Sunshine Task Force should support a remedy for this and urge the San Francisco Police Commission to take another vote on tasers. I don't know if any of you were at the February Police Commission meeting where they discussed this, but in many ways, they made a mockery of all of the work that you did here. The police commissioners they ended up with a hung vote, 3-3. And it was very much on lines of London Breed. So the three commissioners that Mayor Breed has put onto the police commission voted against a revote of the taser vote. The other commissioners all voted to actually put the vote up to the commission again because they had violated the Brown Act. And that was because of your work, but I truly think that those three commissioners that didn't allow us to actually have a vote in transparency and with our democratic rights, are making that decision on political motive as opposed to making that decision on democracy. You represent our democracy. Our recent strong vote of no on H, which was the Police Officers Association bill on tasers that would have given them pretty much unfettered use of tasers. San Francisco wildly voted no on that. And then we've only seen more research come out on how tasers are not a replacement for guns. In fact, our police officers would not be trained to replace them as guns. They would be trained to use a taser up until the point of using a gun. So instead of using words, instead of using other tactics to break up things, they'd literally be able to use an electronic rifle if people were engaged in an argument. So I think that these three things, your decision, our no on H decision, and then literally the growing numbers of deaths because of tasers make it so that you have the power to do more than let that police commission a couple rooms down take away your respect and dignity for the people and urge them to take another vote on tasers. Please, I urge you to take this to the district attorney, which is crazy that I'm fighting for criminalization, but if anyone needs to be criminalized, it's often the police. And so you have the power right now, and you represent us. You're the closest people to us. The people a few rooms down are embedded in political decisions that are killing people. Thank you.
Miss, I need your name.
I'm Victoria Ruiz.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Harry Pariser. I'm a longtime resident of San Francisco. I've been here since 1984, and I wanted to comment that I was at the meeting last year, and I felt systematically deprived of my rights in that this one woman who went over her speaking time, which was regrettable, but the intelligent psychological response in that instance would be just to let her talk and then reprimand her later. Instead, it appeared to me that the commission used that incident as an excuse to effectively create a semi-closed session, and that everyone had to leave the room, and then this took a lot of time, and they're hoping people will go home, and then you can only get in by 2 in the next meeting. However, people like me who had already made public comment couldn't go in. Why couldn't we go in? I mean, it's just outrageous. It's treating us as children. It's infantilizing us, and it seemed to be deliberately in a way they would just rather. It seems like they would rather be in Tajikistan or something on a commission than in San Francisco because there are too many noisome human rights that get in their way.
Sir? How do you spell your last name?
Harry Pariser, Pariser.
Thank you.
Sure.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Melissa Hernandez. I'm a San Francisco resident. I'm here to thank Magic Altman for her tireless advocacy on this matter, and also this task force for taking this blatant violation of the Brown Act and continued defiance of the police commission's by the police commission of this task force's order. A sunshine ordinance with no teeth and without any enforcement would render the entire scheme useless. This task force has the opportunity to ensure that these types of actions by our local governing bodies stop here. Like my fellow commenters, I urge this body to use every means at their disposal to right this wrong. On a related comment, I urge this body to consider the conduct that we have just witnessed in this very room today. If we do not stop the interference by the powers that be, may they be the police commission or deputies acting at somebody's orders, we don't know whose, but deputies acting at somebody's orders, these violations will not stop. That's all I have. Thank you so much.
Any other public comment? Okay, seeing no other public comment, I'm closing public comment. I just want to explain a little bit so everybody understands what our jurisdiction is, what our abilities are, what the law allows us as far as enforcement is concerned. First of all, on enforcement, we have very little, if any. Mostly our enforcement is on the disclosure of public records. And when we have found and determined that public records are in fact public and they're being withheld, we can compel custodians of records to produce them or be reported. We don't have any direct legal, criminal, civil, administrative ability to provide any enforcement. That's just the way it was written because there are other bodies in the city that do have that authority, and it changes the entire nature of a body to hold that risk and liability, I would say. So the Ethics Commission, they have that ability to incur penalties and fines and whatnot, and that's why they're available to us. The district attorney obviously has power and authority. The Attorney General obviously does. The ordinance does allow us to refer to any municipal office that has enforcement power. So there are plenty of offices that have enforcement power. The Board of Permit Appeals has enforcement power. The Department of Building Inspection has enforcement powers. We heard today about certain things. So, but there are others, like even the Public Defender's Office has. I'm not sure that they have enforcement power. But one of the key things that is useful for determinations from the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force is that they can be brought into court and have and hold great weight and value. There have been reports from people who have gone into court and have asked about public documents, disclosures, and even Brown Act stuff, and they've been asked, have you used the local process? We're the local process. And if we come with a determination, somebody can bring that with them to court, and in our local law here, it must be taken with every weight of its value that we give it, and so it can be a pretty hefty piece of evidence if used. A lot of people don't like to go to court. They don't want to bring it. They don't want to do it. So that's not, all we can do is try to encourage it because of the limitations of what we have. And until the laws change, we have whatever we've been able to squeeze out of the Sunshine Ordinance in order to provide as much representation and justice to the people that this law is specifically focused on. So I want to preface our discussion moving forward so everybody here in the room understands the kind of the scope of what we can and cannot do, because I don't think it's helpful to assume that we can do something that we really can't. even though personally we may have different feelings about that, in this position, we're confined to certain things. And there may be some other things that we may be able to do to expose if need be. And so we can discuss those things too. So we had one suggestion about finding a violation of 6734. We've done that in the past. We've had no luck. Just for those who are new or don't know the history, we've had no luck in getting the Ethics Commission to pay heed to any of them because of what happens under 6734. It's an official misconduct ruling. Once the Ethics Commission invokes official misconduct, it goes into a completely separate mode. It comes out of sunshine and goes into like personnel, like this very special mode. And with that mode, the purview of what happens after the Ethics Commission rules is up to the mayor. And the mayor can actually remove an elected official if they have found to be official misconduct. And we've seen that once. And it was a big circus in the next room with a different body. So they have been very reluctant. And so through several years of discussions with them, they have rewritten kind of they've created specific rules on how to handle sunshine in their universe at the Ethics Commission. And so when it comes to official misconduct or, kind of this level of defiance in these kinds of ways, they basically, our agreement is that we will just send them our orders of determination with recommendations. So if we keep finding that an entity keeps violating and violating and violating, we just send them, just keep doing that. And eventually it builds a case. There's a paper trail of all these violations, and then it makes it very clear to the Ethics Commission at that point, and hopefully compels them to take up the 6734 or anything else that's in their purview or toolkit that they have to compel to correct or provide penalty and some kind of violation. They just are very sensitive to how the law is written in this way around official misconduct because it leaves the decisions in the hands of one person in the end. So that's how I'm going to preface this. So I would suggest, based upon Member Martin's suggestion for this particular section, that one way forward would be to send this to the Ethics Commission with a recommendation and be specific as to why we feel that 6734 should be invoked by them. Another thing is that we have in our bag of tricks is 6730C. The task force shall report to the Board of Supervisors at least once annually on any practical or policy problems encountered in the administration of this chapter.
Would this go like in our annual report then, or would we?
No, it doesn't have
separately?
to be. No, it just.
Okay.
It's just we can just approach them anytime. The next sentence after that is the task force shall. Well, that's the receiver review the annual report. We generally make all our concerns known through our annual report, and one of the things that in past years that task force members of the public have talked about with regards to sunshine, even some public officials, is that the power of the pocket or the purse can be quite compelling. And so, if a department is not operating or an entity is not operating properly or in violation all the time of something, that they can be dinged come budget time. And I will just say this is budget time.
Yep.
So, if that could be, and because of the nature of the issue, not, I'm sure some of us, all of us, none of us, but have some concerns about the issue, that the issue itself, even though it's of some import, is really not part of our purview. It's whether the ordinance was violated or not. So, and then that defiance of not making the correction. And the fact that they took a vote and it failed, but it was a split because they were less one member. So I think it should be also clear when we are finding in violation and we're going to send a recommendation forward, that we be cognizant of who voted in what way and who didn't. There was actually somebody brought a motion forward to accept our determination, and it failed. I think that's significant. Okay, I realize that that there may be some feelings or thoughts or sense about the entire commission and what they do, but for this particular specific issue, I think it's important to see who actually brought it forward, who actually voted in support of it, and who didn't, and then focus on how we move forward on what we want to do. Member Canada, I'll stop there. Go ahead.
Just a question. These are not mutually exclusive. We can do 6734 and 6736.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. You can do any and all of it, and however how many areas you want to focus on, absolutely. And it's 6730C is what we're talking about, right? Okay. I'll stop. I'll be quiet now and I'll let you guys ruminate and figure out how you want to move forward on this, if at all.
I mean, I'm thinking we should do everything we possibly can. Send it to ethics under the new rules. Send it to the Board of Supervisors, and maybe even just send it to the district attorney also. All with the same arguments.
Member Josh Wolf.
I like each of those three ideas in sequential, but I'm concerned that doing all of them at once just makes it look like it demonstrates a lack of precision that I think we could consider employing instead. And I realize that it's slower because the first one may not do anything and then we send it to the Board of Soups or whatever, but it just feels like a more articulated process that way.
So do one at a time or do all of them at once?
I'm suggesting identify the one that we want to start with, and then if we don't get anywhere, potentially pursue stage 2, stage 3.
Member Martin.
I see the reasoning behind that, but I think doing all three at once actually might send a little bit better of a message, and it's just protecting the integrity of the task force is really kind of what's going on here. I think if all three got it at once, it might be something they all ask each other about, whereas if one person gets it, they can just shelve it and no one else knows.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
I think that I hear what you're saying, and I like the idea of coming in with a bang. My concern is that each of the three parties then is like, oh, the other one will take care of it. The DA says, no, this isn't our job. The Board of Soup says, oh, ethics should look at this, and ethics says...
Yeah, I think they're going to do that regardless. So,
I'll just say that ethics, I don't think ethics will. Ethics is kind of the end of the line, okay, because they take enforcement seriously because they have that authority and power. And at the same time, they have an investigative arm that could actually create some legal grounds so that the ethics commissioners can feel confident. And also, there's some seats changing at the Ethics Commission also. So there have been a couple of resignations over the years. So I don't know how that, because we've had some experience over the years, but we'll see how that all plays out. But, I think the Ethics Commission finds itself to be somewhat of an independent kind of arm. It does, even though it has appointments from 5 major branches, kind of not branches, but 5 major departments, including the 2 branches of government, the mayor and the Board of Soups. Has one from the treasurer, one from this, I think it's the city attorney, and then one from the assessor, I think. I'm not sure what the 5th one is. But, you know, they kind of hold themselves, they kind of silo themselves. So I'm comfortable with, I would be comfortable sending it to them no matter what, just as a matter of course, because we've done all this major work with them to revamp how they adjudicate and process sunshine complaints, whether we send it to them or whether they come to them directly. So I think we should do that either way.
Mm-hmm.
As far as the supervisors are concerned, we already report. I think it's just a report. This is what's happening. And this is a commission that is not in their branch. This is executive branch. And they hold the purse strings for the executive branch. And when we look for enforcement, that is kind of one way that if we find a bad actor or you know, something that is so, you know, so offensive with regards to what's going on, what we do, that is a way to have some effect there. The DA, we don't know. I mean, we had that situation with the Planning Commission, and then we dragged the Ethics Commission in here, and I wasn't here for that one. But then, you know, the DA picked up on it on his own, and you know, supported our position on it. You know, nothing came out of it in the end. He just had an opinion. But that was the first time in my history that I've ever seen the district attorney do that. You know, so, you know, I think whether the district attorney is going to do something or not, you know, I think it's worth filing it so at least it's in their file. It's recorded.
I agree. And I also think that all 3 bodies should be aware that all 3 bodies are getting this due to our concerns over the severity of it.
Right. I mean, if they want to connect it with the substance and the issue at hand that this is surrounding, you know, they've got more evidence or more substance, you know, that kind of thing. So for me, I'm more or less I'm interested in doing all 3.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that I agree with all 3. I think it's such an egregious violation that I wouldn't want to see one entity be able to, like Member Martin said, kind of sit on it and delay the process. I think the more we get the word out about what we consider to be such a violation, there's more of a chance something will come of it. So.
Yeah. And, you know, there's, again, as we discussed before, there's precedent setting. I mean, this is an important commission for the work that they do, but it could be something as, you know, really innocuous, you know, and they could do the same thing and just say, no, we're not doing it. And then all of a sudden that becomes a trend around everywhere else, you know, and that kind of thing. I am not suggesting that everybody in the city government's trying to violate the Sunshine Ordinance. I find that the aspersions on the Sunshine Ordinance is not well-founded among those critics, because there are hundreds of thousands, if not nearing millions of requests that are made annually that get perfectly done. People are doing their job. People are trained every year to do this. We have the strongest law in the country that is modeled by other cities and countries. We've had visitors from Japan that have asked us specifically about how we do this, and in a democratic, trying to understand how democracy works in a way, in this, and using the Sunshine Ordinances and this body in that kind of way. So, you know, I think it's important to do that, and so yeah, that's where I'm at. I'll step back.
I'll make a motion
Go for it.
that we send our incredible concern over this decision to all 3 entities: the Ethics Commission, the attorney, the district attorney, and and the Board of Supervisors.
The only thing I would add is that for the Ethics Commission referral, that it be worded specifically. And I would love input, especially from our legal minds here, to help craft that. Because they take things in a very litigious kind of way. So, it needs to be written in a way that their investigative department is going to say, okay, I can follow this, I can see it, and it'd be easy. We have to make it, somewhat easy for them to say, yeah, we agree. Yeah, Member Joshua.
Member Kenyatta, when you were putting forward the motion, did you envision that as one letter addressed to 3 agencies or separate instructions to each of the 3 on how we want them to pursue it?
Good point.
I would think we should have, I think all 3 entities should get the same package. If we put this incredibly detailed package for the Ethics Commission, maybe different cover letter to all 3, but all the information should go to all 3. That's my feeling.
I mean, definitely agree that all the information should go to all 3, but I think the ask to each of these is different. And so I think that, yes, the supporting documentation is the same, but what we're asking ethics to do is not what we're asking the DA to do, I don't know about the big Board of Supervisors.
Right, so let's be clear. So for ethics, we're asking them to find willful failure for 3 of the commissioners that voted in the negative for the motion that was brought forward, and that would be.
Wouldn't it be the same for the district attorney also?
Yes and no, because the Ethics Commission cannot command a commission to do a do-over. They don't. I don't think they have that authority. The district attorney can take it up in a court.
Okay.
And be able to do that, or just call them and say, "Hey, you need to do a do-over. You violated the people's rights, and if not, then the AG will probably have to hear about it, and then you have some other thing going on." Okay. So for the Ethics Commission point, I'm looking here, and correct me if I'm wrong, looking at the February 20th minutes of the Police Commission. I have ayes. The motion was made by Commissioner DeJesus. They don't have a second. Oh yeah, second by Member Hamasaki, and the votes were in the affirmative, DeJesus, Hamasaki, and Elias, and in the negative it was Taylor, Bruchter, and Hirsch.
What was the motion?
The motion was to accept the findings of the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force Order of Determination issued on June 2nd, 2018, in case number 17131, and resolved to do better in the future, to be transparent and comply with the Brown Act in all future meetings.
What was the vote again?
The vote was 3-3.
So Taylor, Brookfield, and Hirsch were the ones who voted against compliance.
Bruchter and Hirsch.
Okay.
They voted against
it. And who was missing? Is that noted?
It was the chair who had passed away in between wasn't it? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought that was the.
Okay, so there's 7 total.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Mizuko was absent. Yeah. Right. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. So, so that would be for the ethics part. The second part would be.
Quickly.
Yeah.
Perhaps we should preface that for ethics, we're doing it under 6734, and then the second part we're doing under 6730C.
Actually, no. We need to send them our determination based upon what originally it was, and then make a recommendation for 6734. Right. We need them to make the determination for 6734. It's the only way this is going to work. Okay. But yes, that will be. We'll mention that.
Just reference that.
Yeah, absolutely. For the supervisors, we'll notate that there has been what we seem to be a grievance, a grievous, I can't speak anymore, a violation, and that it's being defied.
Right.
And that we urge that they, in any decisions they're making around the police commission, that they include this. I don't know if you want to make it stronger. You want to make it about the budget. We can do that. It's up to you how you want to do that. We have the authority. We could just tell them anything we want with regards to recommendations. It's not really our purview to tell them that there should be. We could say that there should be sanctions because of this. That's all we can say, and they can determine what those sanctions are.
Yeah, it's good.
Something like that. And then the third would be the DA. And the DA would somewhat be repetitious of the ethics part. But for the DA under the ordinance, well, it says under same paragraph, the task force shall make referrals to municipal office with enforcement power under this ordinance or under the California Public Records Act and the Brown Act, whenever it concludes that a person has violated any of the provisions of this ordinance or the acts.
Right. So it would be very similar to ethics, but asking the DA to have them vote again.
Yeah, under 67.
Undo the vote.
Yeah, to undo the vote. Right, exactly. Right. Well, the question is I guess it depends upon what we found in violation. If they were to, they could redo the vote. I mean, I don't know, redo the vote.
The violation was found because the public didn't have the opportunity
for public
to
comment.
weigh in on the issue. So the vote should happen again with the public
Right.
weighing in. on
Okay.
the
So a revote. It should be a revote. All right. All right. I understand. So let me clarify this. According to their minutes, and it states within this motion, and furthermore, the commission shall rescind the November 3rd, 2018 vote until the 272 U.S. DOJ recommendations are implemented.
Right. So let's go with that.
So they should rescind the vote, right? Okay. All right. So we should just repeat the motion that was on the floor of the commission that failed,
right?
And send that to the DA and have the DA take that action. Now, with regards to Member Josh Wolf's suggestion, I would suggest that we put all three in the same document and then send that all to each of these parties so they could see what's being reported to each of the others. Even though one applies to each, they get to see the full complement of everything that we're suggesting here. And that way we don't have to write three separate letters.
Except that we have to bank. It ends up being the same amount of work either way. The other way that would work is to do 3 letters, CC each to each of them, and that way you don't have to figure out how to talk about all 3 of these pieces in one letter, but whoever's doing the initial draft, I think, should be the one making that decision.
I think I'm more comfortable having it all on one page. I think it's better for everybody as far as reading it, and then we can make it very clear which action we're posing is for which body at that point. I think it gives some gravity for each one to determine how they want to take action or not
Right.
at that point.
And also sets the ground rules for what we're thinking each of them can do.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just taking a note so I don't
Okay,
forget.
so Cheryl, all of that's the motion.
Got all that, Cheryl?
I'm taking notes.
And so I'll see. Let me see if I can state the motion, and then we'll see. We'll go from there. So this will be a motion to continue to find the Ethics Commission in violation of
The Police Commission.
Sorry, the Police Commission. Sorry, getting late. The Police Commission in violation of our order of determination in case number, was it 1701? Is it 17131? Magic Altman against versus the Police Commission, and to find that police commissioners Taylor, Bruchter, and Hirsch be and make recommendation to the Ethics Commission. Make recommendation to, I'm sorry, to forward, let me have to formulate this, to forward our order of determination to the Ethics Commission for enforcement with the recommendation of 6734 for police commissioners Taylor, Bruchter, and Hirsch. Anything else for the ethics part? Okay. And right, okay, because comes if they find that. So the only caveat would be if they don't find in violation of 6734, but they have an ethics conduct code that they want to apply, maybe we should just add on to the end of that or other applicable, right?
Remedies.
Remedies, okay. Remedies the right word?
Other applicable
Sanctions? Should we continue to use that word sanctions? Is that the right word?
I think remedy is what we're looking for.
Well, we're looking for enforcement.
Well, we're looking. I believe that the complainants are speaking to undo the wrong that was done.
Ethics can't do that.
Right.
The DA can do that, but the ethics can't do that. Ethics can.
Oh, we're just talking about the ethics part of it right now.
Yeah, just the ethics part right now. So the ethics, we're looking for enforcement from the Ethics Commission. So
Sanctions.
Sanctions. Okay, great. The second one is the supervisors. To report to the supervisors
the Police Commission has willfully ignored a Sunshine Ordinance.
Well, I wouldn't say willfully ignore. They didn't ignore it. They actually made a motion. They had it on their agenda.
They defied it.
What?
They defied it.
Willfully defied. Thank you.
Hey, what do you want to say? Board of Supervisors.
Willfully defied
In order of
in
determination.
order of determination by
By the Sunshine Ordinance Task Force.
and to apply sanctions. Apply sanctions. Is there? You want an adjective in there? No. Okay. Huh? Well, the soups don't do enforcement. They're more about finance at this point. Or they can pass a resolution to urge the commission to do these things or that thing. So I'll just leave it at that.
Right.
But I understand the sentiment, and then I'll send a draft around. We'll see how that all plays out. Okay. The third is to the DA to do what the motion had asked for. The motion had asked for the commission to rescind the November 3rd, 2018 vote until the 272 U.S. DOJ recommendations are implemented.
Right.
February 20.
November 3rd, 2018. vote until the 272 U.S. I'm just reading from their minutes. I mean, if there needs to be a correction on that, it's just a correction. It's a typo then. But is the sentiment correct? Yes. Okay.
271, you said?
It's been reported as 271. The minutes say 272. We'll find out what the correct is. Okay. All right.
Right.
Is that it?
Back.
Sure.
Motion to continue to find.
Closer to the microphone. I can't even.
Motion to continue to find the police commission in violation of our order of determination in case number 17131, Magic Altman versus Police Commission, and to find that police commissioners Taylor, Brookter, and Hirsch to forward our order of determination to Ethics Commission for enforcement with the recommendation for 6734 for Taylor, Brookter, and Hirsch or other applicable sanctions. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. BOS willfully defied an order of determination by the Sunshine Task Force and to apply sanctions. The DA to do what the motion had asked for, the commission to rescind the November 3rd, 2018 vote until the 272. Does that make sense?
170, all right.
It's it. 272 U.S. DOJ, the Department of Justice recommendations. It's just a file number, I guess.
Number of.
Oh, that's the number of recommendations. Oh, 272 recommendations.
Oh.
Okay.
Right, are reviewed, right?
No, are implemented.
Are implemented. Okay.
Okay, got it.
Okay. So who's going to move it?
I moved it.
Moved by Member Kanata, seconded.
I'll second it.
Member Yankee seconds it. Now we'll take public comment on the motion. Is there any public comment for the motion?
This is so exciting for the people of San Francisco that they are going to get the respect that they deserve. I am so encouraged by your fierceness in taking every action that you can. We are going to take this until it's done right. I am so happy. I can't tell you. I'm just overjoyed that you have taken it this far. Thank you. I've been working on this for 2 years, and it means the world to this city. It's the enforcement of the law. That's what we need doing. We need to uphold it so that the people maintain power over the organs that they have created. This is the key. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi. If you decide to go ahead with the motion, which it sounds like is going to be the case, is there some way that some of us could get a copy of that letter, please?
It'll be public.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I would like to say I did reach out to Chesa Boudin, who's running for district attorney, public defender running for district attorney, inviting him to come give comment. And he really wanted to. He's publicly against tasers, not just against POA enforcement of taser policy, but actually against tasers. And so I think that the more that you're utilizing these mechanisms and tools, I think it does end up pulling everyone who's in a position of power closer to some type of public accountability. And so thank you so much for using what's at your disposal. And I truly have an issue with policing, and they may have guns, but we have the people, and you are helping us have that people power. So thank you.
Next speaker.
I would just like to thank this body for the seriousness with which they've taken both the specific matter of tasers, but the more general matter of open, transparent, and accountable governance in the city and county of San Francisco. I'm getting a sense of the way this vote will probably turn, which is definitely lifting my spirits. But ridiculously, even if the vote were to turn other than I believe it's about to, you've already given this matter more serious, and the people more serious, respectful attention than most arms and organs of this government, of this city and county government, and you should be commended for that alone. As was just stated previously, power to the people, it only exists in theory unless the people seize the power and utilize it. And this is one of those opportunities where both us on this side of the dais and you on that side of the dais have that opportunity. And I encourage you to continue to use it and to continue to fight alongside us for power to remain with the people in its rightful place and a more transparent and accountable relationship to this government. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, so I just wanted to thank you again on behalf of the Akobe family. Thank you for Chinedu. And I always tell the story, but the last time I saw Chinedu was probably about in the year 2000. And I was in my 20s, and I hadn't seen him maybe for 10 years. And back then, I had towered over him. And so then I see him on BART, and when we chatted, I couldn't believe I ran into him at Glen Park. And then when we stood up to leave, he has the typical smile from one coast to the other, and he looks down at me with his big stature, and he says, "Were you always this short?" And I just want to thank you for doing your part in trying to bring justice to this issue. Thank you so much.
Next speaker.
I missed most of the conversation. I'm a nurse. I just got off my 12-hour shift. But if what happened that I think happened here, I'm here to thank you. I'm standing in for Chinedu's mother, a dear friend, a fellow nurse in labor and delivery, now retired, who lost her beautiful son the night I met her in the classroom of Mildred's kindergarten classroom on back to school night at St. Paul's 37 and a half years ago. We were both pregnant, me with number 6 and she with number 5, her baby, her Chinedu. The night that Chinedu was killed, the afternoon, Amaka, his mama, heard on the radio, young black man killed in police encounter. And she remembered thinking, oh, I feel so sorry for his mother. A few hours later, the coroner showed up at her home. It was her son, her baby, her Chinedu. And I'm here to commend you for trying to stop this, because now that I'm involved in understanding it, it is a story that's repeated over and over and over again. It has to be stopped. Thank you. Thank you for your efforts.
Can I have your name, please, ma'am?
My name?
Mm-hmm.
My name is Mary Jo Musni, M-U-S-N-I. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, ready for a vote? Please call the roll.
Member Kanata?
Aye.
Member Kanata, aye. Member Yankee?
Aye.
Member Yankee, aye. Member Martin?
Aye.
Member Martin, aye. Member Wolf?
Aye.
Member Wolf, aye. Member Tesfaye?
Aye.
Member Tesfaye, aye. Member LaHood?
Aye.
Member LaHood, aye. Member Hinsey?
Aye.
Member Hinsey, aye. Chair Wolf?
Aye.
Mar-
Motion passes. Okay, call the next item and let's wrap it up.
Okay, item number 9, reports from Sunshine Ordinance Task Force committees.
Complaints, anything to report?
No.
Okay.
We didn't have a meeting last month.
Okay, but any other issues? Could be any other issues. CAC?
None.
No?
We haven't had a meeting, so.
Okay.
We're meeting.
We're meeting this month.
You're meeting this
Both
month.
committees are meeting this
Okay.
month.
EOT?
We didn't meet this past month.
Okay. Rules Committee, you got a lot of stuff.
We do, but the language and stuff will be before you next month.
Okay, great. So we'll put it on the agenda for next month?
Right, yeah.
Okay, perfect. And Victor's not here, but we need some idea what's going on with IT.
I'm not privy to those
I
conversations.
know you aren't.
So
I know, but all right. Well, I'll try to inject myself in that process, see what happens, because it's been 3 years now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, long time. Okay, next item.
Item number 10, Sunshine Task Force Chair's Report.
So I'm going to make this kind of short. I kind of was waiting for to submit the annual report because I wanted to wait until we had this last item about the police commission to include that also as part of that record. So I'll get that finished and out to everybody, the draft out there. I also was compelled by the two other cases we had tonight, the Clip versus Rec and Park and the Tucker versus the OLSC, just that the whole concept of like how, I think we have a charge as the task force on how the ordinance gets implemented throughout the city, and hearing these things, no matter kind of even how long and how kind of detailed and it was and articulated it was, like understanding how that works. I mean, for those of you who are journalists, it's like understanding how to do your investigative reporting. Who do you ask? Where do you go to? How do you go down the rabbit hole when you need to, kind of thing. So I think for the general public too, it's a maze. So navigating that's important. So I think one of the things we did was help clarify the actions between the parties, with regards to what is the purpose and the function of this government entity with regards to the employees of the city, and that kind of thing. It is very interesting. Myself, I requested a meeting with the Arts Commission and other parties that were involved in the multiple aliases of complaints from multiple aliases that they've been receiving, because we have also been inundated with a lot of cases from those same aliases, and it takes up a lot of our time if we deem them to be valid. And so as you have seen it was a recent case, there was a communication from the public information officer at the city attorney's office, John Cote, with regards to this. And we all, staff and myself, kind of misread it because we thought it was from Margaret Baumgartner, who was also a deputy city attorney. So I requested her presence. She turns out to be a party in all this. She was not the author of that letter, and so it threw us off a little bit. So it was interesting to read what John Cote had read, and I wanted to inquire with him as to whether that was coming from him or whether that was representative of the city attorney, whether that was the opinion of the city attorney, because it was very extensive, well written, very specific about how we, what our responsibility should be with regards to these kinds of cases when there could possibly be fraud or an impersonation of other people, which this part of this is all about. This person was using other people's real names. Those people are actually harmed by it. They're getting phone calls. They're getting people knocking on their doors, and they're in other parts of the country. So it's, interesting. And, some of us have actually been affected by it too. We've gotten phone calls at work. We've had to, that's why I've always mentioned when you come on this body to create a brand spanking new email address. So that gets publicized. If it gets out, it gets publicized. It's just that one. It's kind of hard to find your personal one unless you're very public, in that way. So, and plus there's that whole Smith versus San Jose thing, but that's a different topic for a different day. So we had a very interesting meeting. It was Ms. Patterson, who was here today from the commission, and Margaret Baumgartner, and they could only speak so much about certain specifics because there are active legal procedures around restraining orders and things like permanent restraining orders being discussed and happening. So, but they were very. It was very clear we need to kind of figure out how to deal with it. Now, because we allow anonymous, that person could have not used any aliases. They could have just been anonymous. And so how do we then deal with that? So we need to put our thinking caps on about how we think we want to handle this. We did start a process by limiting how many cases that we'll hear in any one meeting from the same person about the same body. And then we did other measures to combine cases that were being parsed out so they can get 3 orders of determination. It was the same person for the same issue, for the same respondent kind of thing. And we vote to combine them because sometimes it's an extremely independent issue that sometimes demands its own time. So, it depends. But we've taken some measures. But when it comes to the impersonation of others and the use of multiple aliases, and actually not even knowing the real person, even though that real person, the person that shows up, is claiming a name, we don't even know if that's the real name. So how do we deal with it? And the city attorney has advised other bodies in the executive branch on how to deal with such things. So I would suggest we could send that letter from the John Cote around again. You can read it and may help provide some insight. So I would do that and ruminate on that, and we'll figure it out. But I didn't promise or assure anything. We just basically listened and just kind of tried to get a handle on the other perspective. But I think we need to act in some kind of way to develop some sort of rule that is not violating the people's right to the ordinance or to our body.
And we did kind of try to do this at the Rules Committee when we met last. I don't recall any of the specifics offhand. I'll have to look at our minutes.
Okay.
So we'll get.
So again, I would urge you to reread John Cote's letter, and then I'll contact him and ask him if that's an official communication from the city attorney's office or whether that was just from him.
With regards to the anonymous thing, I think we've already gotten a case from that particular person as anonymous.
Okay.
Language was very similar.
Okay. Well, we have to deal with it in some kind of way and how to figure that out without making broad brushstrokes that applies to everybody. It has to be something specific. So if anybody has experience with such things, that'd be great.
Yeah, that would be great.
Otherwise, we will. We can act. If you know of other bodies that deal with it, or maybe other attorneys, or other administrators, or people that have to deal with this kind of thing on a basis, if they've got any ideas or processes that we can glean from, or replicate.
Yeah, I brought this up at our Rules Committee a little bit, and I dealt with this at my workplace. I was one of the people who kept getting lawsuit after lawsuit, and it would be, you go online and Google your name, and it's, I'm being sued in federal district court this time, right? You didn't even know. And so there was the whole, vexatious litigant type of thing, and I'm not sure what has been discussed here already along that lines. That's how we ended up making that go away, but it takes a lot of time. It's months and months of work, and it can be very personal for the people involved in it.
We've been down the vexatious litigant road before. Is a term that the open government community abhors, because we've had open government folks go to actual court with real findings and have had the vexatious litigant application applied to them that we feel not correct. And then they were cited and then, barred actually from making more requests. So, but that person, he was real. It was just that person, that same name. He was just being very demanding for a lot of factual information. It was a very interesting case. He was also a member of this body in the beginning. So it's a very interesting thing that happened. Anyway, so I'm not going to, there's not much else that I wish to report just for the sake of time. Yes, I agree.
For somebody else's sake, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
So let's move to the next item. Is there any public comment? There's no public in the audience, in the gallery, so let's move to the next item.
Item 11, staff report, complaints, and communications. So, we got this afternoon a communication from someone named Sarah Allen regarding the taser issue. I'm just bringing that up now because it came in at about 1:45 this afternoon. And Chair Wolf said I should bring it up when we talk about the communications. I guess we should take it one at a time. Tentative hearing schedule for 2019 so far. April 16th, compliance and amendments. April 23rd, complaint committee. That's all been scheduled and agended. May 1, we have a draft of a May 1 agenda. We don't have one of EOTC or the next complaint committee meeting after that. June 5th, Sunshine Task Force. June 18th, compliance and amendments. June 25th, complaint committee. Okay. Item number 2, petitions, complaints submitted, and hearing cases, files created. As of the date of this memo, we had 4 new complaints come in, one of which was withdrawn. But we are going forward with the Terrence Karasek, the ACLU, and the Anonymous Arts Commission, I believe, are on the Terrence Karasek, I believe, is on the compliance and amendments, and ACLU and Anonymous are on, I believe, the complaint committee. Pending petition, item number 3, pending petitions, complaints before the task force and our committee. That's pretty well outlined. And item number 4, petitions, pending petitions, complaints referred from SOTF to committee. I think the one that we are most concerned about, item number 18012 and 28 are Dented to Desi matters that are being referred back to compliance and amendments to monitor his ability to get into City Hall. That's what those 2 are. 18049 is Mr. Smith regarding the role that's going to go before the compliance committee regarding the rolling basis of the documents that he is supposed to receive. He's supposed to receive about 7,000 pages by the April meeting of the committee. I've already spoken with Ms. Powers like a week ago, and she's aware of it, and Mr. Smith is aware of it. So we'll see what happens at that meeting. Pending issues, those really haven't changed. And number 6 item, communications. We got one from Aidan Finn of the San Francisco Living Wage Coalition, and one communication from Ann Trabeau, and the communication that I was speaking of earlier. Both those communications, Aidan Finn and Ann Trabeau, were included with the packet.
Let me ask you if there isn't any. I just want to touch back on the IT stuff.
Okay.
If you can ask Victor for an update on that,
To email you tomorrow or something?
if you could, and if actually members, if there's no change on it, I think that we should put in for a request for some funding.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
This is budget
This is
time.
budget time. This
It
is
will-
prime budget
and,
time.
I could, if need be, earlier today I walked and had to thank every supervisor for something I was working on, something else. I have no bones about, doing that walk again. But I think if we ask the clerk to include it in her budget, that it could possibly happen, considering it, and it's not a whole lot of money. It'd be truly the lesser of a pittance.
Yeah, it would be.
So
It would be a good amount of money for someone to include in like an add back process or something.
yeah, not even. I mean, it's going to need some regular maintenance, so it's going to need some annual funding. But yeah, even still. We're not even at add backs yet, so let's try to get in on the front door. Okay. Anything else?
On the last part, item number 7 is request from community persons. I have provided a list of almost all the the email messages that I get. So, anybody has any questions about that, I'm happy to answer them. I mean, we get a lot, but
How do you have can you tell us a little bit about how many people you've helped that helped avoid
I've
making
probably
complaints?
talked to about five or six, well, no, more than that. I mean, in March, I didn't have that many people calling about procedure. I probably had 7 or 8 calls about people asking, what is the sunshine process, or having filed a complaint and then said, what's next? I get a lot of that. And so even today, I got 2 calls regarding the process. And I get that a lot. So numbers for people interested. I mean, the last couple of months, we really haven't had a lot of cases, which is why we didn't have complaint or compliance and amendments. This past 2 weeks, we've gotten 4 new cases, which is pretty good. One of those particular matters, it's one gentleman against one department asking for 4 different types of correspondence.
Okay. Well, we'll see it when it comes.
Yeah, we will.
Okay, great. Okay, any questions for the administrator? Yeah.
I just want to verify, and we talked about this at the last meeting, I will be out of town on April 16th, and I believe, were you the one who was going to take my place on compliance? No, somebody was.
CAC?
Somebody was going to take my place on CAC, but I just want to make sure that you know I will not be there. Oh, that's right. That's right. It was
Chris.
Yes.
I'm sorry for being late today.
It's fine. No
Out in
problem.
court.
You're here. That's all that matters.
Okay, so it's you and Hinsey and Chris Highland.
Right.
Like it used to be.
95% is showing up.
That's absolutely
All right,
true.
now complaint committee, that's Rodman and Chris Highland. He may not be able to make it, he said, so I'm asking for somebody else to volunteer if they want.
What time is it? What?
Complaints?
Matthew get back?
No, he's not back till after May.
I'm filling in for him for complaints.
Right.
All right.
What day is
For
it?
Matthew.
What day is it? What date is it again?
The 26th.
No, it says 23rd.
23rd.
April
I'm sorry.
23rd.
The 23rd is the next complaint committee meeting.
I will check, but and what time do you guys have it at?
No, 5:30.
5:30 still? Okay. I think so.
Okay, good.
Probably.
I'm always available as default. So.
I can. I'm also available that day if
you are?
We can't.
Or testify.
Okay, any public comment on the administrator's report? Seeing no public to comment, let's move to the next item. Do you have an announcement?
I have an announcement, yes. A friend of mine has extended an invitation for someone or 2 or 3 members of the task force to go to his neighborhood association group called Planning Association of the Richmond, PAR, to speak on sunshine and what actually is the process and how members of the public should really take advantage of the service that we offer. So is anybody, I mean, it'd be great if we got somebody who lived in the Richmond.
I do. When do they?
April 17th,
Yes.
the day after the compliance
And is it wheelchair accessible with it? Yeah, let me see.
Okay. So just let me know if you can really do it.
Okay.
Anybody else? Any more takers, please?
I'll attend with you if
I
you
love
like.
somebody. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll attend if you like.
Okay, that's great.
And what time is it at?
I think it's around 7. It starts
Okay.
at 7 p.m.
Okay.
So you can
Okay.
take time to get dinner at home and then.
At home, yeah.
Yeah.
And then go.
And I would urge for anybody else who it belongs or has a neighborhood group in their for the ones that I attend, they always are asking me after the meeting.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm got a crowd of people. Like, how do I do this? Or this body, this commission, or this department, this, that, and the other thing. So.
Well, you can send some of those calls to me if it would.
Yeah,
be
I know.
A help. If
I know.
Be a help.
There's a little bit of cachet for them because I'm there.
Yeah.
That's all. But but yeah, I would urge everybody to try to do that. We've always talked about trying to inform the public as much as possible about what we do. So, all right, that's it. Let's call the next item. And no public comment.
Right. Number 12, announcements, comments, questions, future agenda items by members of the Sunshine Task Force.
That's what I was kind of counting is what you just did.
Yeah.
So the next item.
Okay. Item number 13, adjournment.
All right.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Oh, okay. So I'll move to adjourn. Second by member. And that's it. We're all adjourned. All in favor?
Thank you.
So when you're asking for budget money,
Yeah.
how about getting us on TV?
Oh, right.
Yeah. Yeah. You can ask for that too.
That's something we should try forever.
Crowd we had tonight would have loved it if we were.
Oh God, wouldn't that have been so cool?
Yeah.
So
I think I should be able to do it tomorrow.
So I would say it's probably be about $100,000.
Yeah, I have nothing like
For TV.
so I
For
should be able,
both.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
Database.
we've
TV was something like $40,000.
yeah. I mean, we've priced.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
But as of Gov 2 usually has like education, school related
Okay.
stuff, right?
Sounds good.
Time that they utilize, because right now the police commission is on that.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah. Tell me the exact address of that.
So us being televised means
Let me just slide by quickly.
Not unless we're on the other channel.
well, that's what I'm asking. Whether
Or
And they're
split
adding a
screen.
third channel.
oh, they're adding a third.
Yeah, they'll definitely not. I'm off.
I heard that they were adding a third channel. Okay, girly girl, you're such a good girl. You did it. A whole meeting.
Good night. You too. Have a good night. Yeah, that's got to be challenging for a dog to sit through the.
Yeah. Well, all my dogs have been pretty good about it. They just. It has to do with your demeanor. She knows I'm not paying attention to her, and my intention is for her to follow me and not for me to pay attention to her. But for 15 months old, pretty damn good.
Yeah.
She's got so much puppy love.
Oh no, that was okay. I was laughing. I know. I'm a journalist. That's how we go.
What, you filled out your 4 seconds?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
You should see what happens when we submit grant proposals for the public press. I mean, yeah.
I know that. That's. We run into that in my office. My boss now was because we do lots of federal. So he actually almost takes off an entire month, so he can do it as leisure and make sure that he.
That's actually that would be yes, that would be ideal.
If you have to do it yourself, like
Right.
you don't have somebody on staff to do it.
Were there 2 or 3 documents we were supposed to fill out because it showed 3 when I went into it, but one of them I clicked fill out and it just gave me an error message.
It's the Form 700, and then there's the combined sunshine and ethics.
I think that's why. And two, once you did it, they both disappeared.
No, I still have one. So I did the combined sunshine and ethics, but I still have the sunshine one outstanding on my thing. But if I click on it, it doesn't load because they combined sunshine and ethics.
Just call them to verify that they got it. That's all.
Well, I was told by Eileen
So we'll just not worry about the one that.
Yeah, Eileen McHugh said that everybody met the requirements, so don't
Okay.
worry about it. I would have heard.
Don't question.
Yeah, I'm not going to worry about the fact that I got this thing that I'm supposed to do that doesn't exist anymore. That's not my fault.
Good night, everyone.
Good night. Thank you.